Hello friends, welcome back to IICS Infotech channel. Today we are going to discuss about IICS day 1. So what and all we are going to cover in this session is how to install this IICS and how to set up in your local system. And once we are done with that setup and all installation, we'll go with IICS overview. What is mappings, what is tasks, components and connections. What are ad hoc connections are available in ISCS, like cloud connections and native connections. And after that, we'll see one simple mapping. Okay. So this is the all the things we are going to cover in this session. So let's get into the installation part now. So go to this link. I'll be providing this link in my description. Whoever wants to take the trial version for 50 days, you can just click on the provided link and you will come up with this login page. Okay. So what you have to give the details here is you just give the first name, last name and job title. You just give your personal email ID, anyone. And if you want to use that email ID as a username, you can enable this tick option. If you don't want to use that username as email ID, you can just uncheck it and give the username here. So that whenever you are going to log in, once you are done the registration, while logging, it will ask the username and password. So at that time, you have to provide this username. Okay. So let's do this first. So I'll just take my name, Raghunath. Yeah, let's say, and job title is I'm a senior developer. Work email. So what I'll just use this email ID, Lokesh K 0223@gmail.com. Okay. So I'm gonna use this as a username. Select role, whichever role you want to select. You just need to select role. That's it. Whether it is applicable to you or not, it's not a mandatory. If you want to provide your mobile number, you can give it, and organization name. You can use cell for any company names. Okay. Select country, state, Karnataka, Bangalore. You can give the pin code. Okay. Here it is asking your phone number. You can give, and then select this data connection. You can take anyone like Europe, Asia connection, Canada based on your region. But who are in India, you can select Asia Pacific. And here you can see whether you want to receive marketing communications via email or telephone. If you want, you can opt for this, or else you can just ignore it. And this you have to agree. Then click on start your free time, and it will ask you some what do you say, this system check, whether you are a robot or human. So what it is saying here, select all images with palm trees. So these are all we have verified. Just wait for some time. Yeah, you can see here, once the email ID is not registered in any of Informatica cloud, then you will see this congratulations on starting your trial. If you are using second time, then you might get an error like this email ID or username is already in use. So you'll get that kind of errors. So finally, we successfully registered into this ASA's trial version. Okay. So now what you have to do, once this page which appeared, you have to go to your mail ID and you need to check this. From Informatica, you got a from admin. you will get a mail like this. Dear Rangulath, welcome to the Informatica family. We are so glad that you are here. Before you can dive into the great features we have to offer, please verify your account. So you need to verify the account first. So this is the username. Since I have selected a email ID as username, so I got this username and the login URL. So this is important. You cannot go here and you cannot just log in. Okay, you cannot log in like this. So this is different login user. So the link you got to your email ID, this is the login link. So through this only you have to log in. Just copy and paste it here, and you can just bookmark this one so that in future you can log in from here. Okay. So what is my username here? Lokesh 0223 gmail.com. Okay, I'm just using that. Then it is saying password, right? So before that you have to click on verify me. Just click on this. So you will get to a new page where you want to create a password here. Okay, let's say I'll just create root 123 hash. So this is the password I'm giving hash. Okay. The security question, you can select anyone in which city you were born. You can select like that. So here also it will ask whether you want to receive any marketing informations. If you want, you can click on this. Otherwise, you can just ignore that one and click on submit. Okay, here that is asking me password must be 9 characters. Info at that 123. Still we need more characters. Right? What I'll do, I'll just give Raghunath at 123. Okay, Raghunath at 123. So now click on submit. So it got created. If you want to save this ID and passwords, you can just click on that. Otherwise, not required. So here it is asking, do you want to receive periodic updates about products, solutions, and events? If you want, you can click yes. Otherwise, no. So I am selecting no here, and we'll come to the source and target. Okay, Sam, by it will just it's like predefined. If you want, you can select this. Otherwise, just click on don't show this again. Okay. So as of now, I'm not selecting anything. Here what it is saying, which source and target systems are you interested in? Okay, whether you are interested in Redshift, Amazon S3, Oracle, Salesforce, Marketo, local SEO. So in ISS, we're gonna do hands-on on local SP, Oracle, SQL servers, and Redshift, Amazon S3. We are not gonna touch this because most of ISS developers, they will be using Salesforce, local, Oracle, and we do have REST v2 connections. Okay, cloud services we have, and apart from that, we have a Snowflake data warehouse. So that will select while we are doing hands-on. So as of now, I'm just clicking on don't show this message again. So this is the now we logged in. So this is the home screen. Just remind it later. Okay, this is home screen. Okay, these are the service which is providing. If you just, these are all trial versions. Okay, for trial versions, these are all the services we have. If you click here, show all services, it will show all the services which is offered by ISCS in real time. These will be enabled based on the project which you are working. Okay. So administration, monitor, operational insights, cloud integration for Power Center. So what is this? Allowing you to manage your on-premise cloud integration for Power Center domain from Informatica into Data Management Cloud. Use cloud data integration for Power Center to monitor the status of nodes and services in a domain and to manage domain updates. So this is entirely for admin teams. So they will be monitoring the health state of servers and what are the nodes available. If there are any nodes have been shut down or anything, some errors happen. So admin team they will go and check inside this. Okay, this is info core. And if you see here, data quality and governance clouds. So in a, in interview, they might ask you, how do you maintain data quality and governance? So if you are familiar in these areas, then you can answer that. Data access management, see data access management applications for cloud data lakes, and data governance and catalog. So it's all related to data lakes and data markets and data profiling. So how you profile your data, such as columns in a data source, such as volume, frequencies, patterns, and data types. You create and run a data profiling task on a data source to access the source metadata and view the collected column data statistics. So to view the statistics, this can be helpful. And data quality, how you will maintain the data quality. Okay, so create assets that you can use in cloud services to enhance and validate the quality of your data. So metadata command center, so metadata is nothing but it will in the cloud it will store all the connection details and the table schema details, views, primary keys, foreign keys, all kind of details it will be stored in the metadata center only. And these are integration cloud services, API integration, API manager, API portal, application integration console, business to business gateway, partner profiles, data ingestion, replication, data integration. So majorly we'll be working on data integration and data validation, human tasks, PC to cloud conversions. If you have to convert the workflows from Power Center to cloud, so this service will be helpful. And if some projects will be based on data management, master data management cloud, so they will be using all these kind of services. Okay, for trial versions we have only three to four services. Mainly we will be working on three services as a trial version trial users. One is data integration and the second one is administration and monitor. Okay, now what we'll do first, whenever you log in into the first step, so you need to go into the administrator service. So click on that administration service. Here what we can do some admin operations here. So before starting, we need to collect some uh, secure agents and we need to install runtime environments into our local system and we need to create connections, source target connections, and we need to create some platform connections, source and target platform connections. And we can create, if you want, if you are dealing with some other cloud services like SAP, Salesforce, and for that also we need to create a connections in administrator services only. So for that, first we need to get into the administrator services and we need to do some operations. Okay. So once we are into the administrator service, so this is how it would look like. This is the organization name. So I have just given like the Deloitte. Okay. So it's just an overview. Organization name, organization ID, environment type production, QA development sandbox, let's say development, and you can give the description here. Number of employees it's not required, so these address and all it's not required. So organization's history here it will say, and authentication, these are all default, by default you'll get, and data integration services. Okay. All kind of information we can see here. And if you go to license, so here you will get like So when you started this trial version and when would be the ending date? So whatever you added any the add-on connections like cloud connections. So for that also you will have trial period. So all kind of informations will be shown here in the license. So these kind of information. See here organization ID is a type is trial, location is India, name organization name. So description we haven't given anything, so it's blank. If you see a data integration advanced trial, it is a trial version. Starting date October 15. Let's say today's date is October 15 and expiry date will be November 14. Exactly 30 days. By after 30 days, it will your user login details will be removed from the cloud. So again, if you want to use this ISS for trial version, again you have to log in with different Gmail account. Then you can use it for again 30 days. So if you have any connections, it will show here. As of now, I haven't added anything, so it's showing blank. So the first thing you have to go to runtime environment. So because when you create the mappings and tasks, you should have a runtime environment. Okay. Here by default we'll be having in Informatica cloud hosted agent. So we cannot run on this cloud hosted agent. We need to run on local agent. Okay. Since it's a local system, we need to install one local secure agent. So for that, what you have to do, just download this. If you click on this, download secure agent, you will get one installation token. Okay. So select your platform, whether it is in Windows or Linux. Mine is Windows, so I'm selecting Windows. So installation token, this is one. You just take copy this one and keep it one side. Okay. So we need to use this and then click on this download. You will get the secure agent will be download. Okay, so now the agent is downloading. So once it is downloaded, we need to install this into our local system. Okay, so since I have already installed, okay, I'll just show you that. Since I have already installed the secure agent, so I cannot install two secure agents in one local system. So this is the one which I'm currently using. So once you downloaded that secure agent, right? Just click on to that. Go to download folder. Just double click on that. So it will just install that one, the downloaded software. You need to install it. So once installation is done, you will get a pop-up message like secure agent pop-up welcome. So there you have to give username and this installation token, whichever we have taken right here. That is it. So we have copied the secure agent token, right? So this one we have to give it there. Just click on OK, then the secure agent will start. Okay. So once the secure agent started, right, you will get this runtime environment here on your system name. With the system name, you will get one local runtime environment. So you need to wait for like 2 to 5 minutes till all these services turn up into green status. Okay. So once the status is shown here green, then our runtime environment is up and running. So once it is up and running, then only we can run any mappings inside this ISS. Okay. So this is about runtime environments. Every organization should have one runtime environment, whether it is a local runtime environment or Informatica cloud hosted agent. Without this, we cannot run any tasks or mappings inside the ISS. Okay, just remember this. This is also like one interview question. And go to connections here. If you see here, here we can create connections. Okay, as I said, Oracle source connections, targets, and platform source connection targets we can create here. So how to create, I'll just show you. So click on this new connection. Click here connection name. So first what I will do, I'll just try to create one Oracle connection. Okay, source and target. For that I'll just give Oracle source. Okay, this is a Oracle connection, right? So I'm clicking on that. If you see, once you define the type, then the next is runtime environment. You need to select runtime environment. So your local runtime environment you need to be selected. So select that, and Oracle subtype, this is which is on-premise, right? By default it will come. Authentication mode is also by default it will be there. You don't have to change these two connection types. Here username. Let me open Oracle. So I have already source and target schemas here. You see here I have source and target. So source I'm using it as a source. So go here. Username is source. Okay. Password I have given as source only. Host is local host and port is 1521. This is default for Oracle. And host is also default or local host. Service name is just give XC. Okay, code page you can select any one code page here. Okay, this is how you need to fill the connection. After you are done with this, just give test connection. So it will communicate with the SQL developer. Okay, SQL server. So the connection is correct, then you will get a message like this. The test for this connection was successful. Once you get this green status, then just click on this save button so that the connection will be saved. Close this. You can see here Oracle source I have created, right? So this is source and I'll create target as well. Here target I have created as a target schema. Okay. So I'll just give Oracle target. This is also Oracle connection. Select runtime environment, target, localhost 1521, exit. Okay, test. For every connection, you need to test it so that only you will come to know whether it is working or not. Okay, save it. So I have created Oracle source and Oracle target. Now let's create flat file connections. I have already here. If I'll just show you. Just again, you need to click on that new connection. You will get like this. Connection name flat file source. On the type, you just select flat type. Okay, flat file type. Your runtime environment and select the directory where you want to get the source files. Okay, so you don't have to browse here. Don't click on this browse. Okay, just go to your this folders, whatever the folders you have, will have, right? So there you have to go, and here I have created source file directory and target file directory here. So click on this, it will give you the path. Just copy that and paste it here in the directory tab. Okay, then select date format and code page, then test it. Once you tested it, it will send signals to this path. So whether this path is available or not to the local system. Okay, if it is hitting this path, then it will you will get the connection is successful. Okay, then save it. So that's how I have created source and target flat connections. Okay, so that's all about connections, and so then we'll go with add-on connections. So if you come down here, you can see here add-on connect. Okay, if you want to connect some cloud services connection, then just click on this. add on connect button. So you will get these kind of connection details. So we have a cloud application connectors and some login data, Databricks connectors, IBM MQ connector, Amazon connectors. You'll get a lot of cloud services here. If you are Microsoft Azure, okay, Microsoft CDM. So whatever we have the cloud services, na, all cloud services connections will be here. You can just use all the trial versions. See, we have a SAP, ECC, ERP, Microsoft Azure, and we have Salesforce, SharePoint, Tableau connectors we have, and Zora, Cloud Application Integration, Copa. So we have many cloud connections. So this is the main advantage in IACS. We can connect with any cloud services. Okay, we can connect with the SAP BW, ES2 connector. We do have Redshift and Hadoop connectors are there. ServiceNow connectors, Amazon Redshifts, Google BigQuery. So we have all kind of connections. If you want to search some particular, so let's say here Snowflake. So you have a target as Snowflake, then you can just search here. If you want to use this Snowflake as a target connection, just click on this start free time. And before that, you need to create account in Snowflake. Okay. So once you create in Snowflake, that you will get some user ID details. That user ID details need to be given in the connections. So then it will connect to the Snowflake. So these are the add-on connections. Okay. Uh, so this is sufficient as of now for first time. Okay. Now what we'll do, we'll just go with how the mapping task component connectors, what are all this, we'll just check it. Okay. So click on this. You click on this, we'll go with the data integration. Let's discuss about data integration part now. So once you enter into data integration, this is how it looks like. This is the home button. Okay, whatever you have created the transformation, it will be shown here. These are all the recent mappings I have created, and these are all the jobs which I have done recently. Okay, and here it will show runtime environments as well, whether it's up and running. Okay, all runtime environment should be up and running. So then only you can create the mappings. Let's go now. If you click on this new, here we'll get a list of components here. So this is the task, and these are all the tasks we have. What is mapping task, synchronization task, masking task, replication task, power center task, and dynamic mapping task. So some of tasks I have already created and made a video on those details, and you can just go and check in my YouTube channel, Education Product channel. Okay, and we have a data ingestion and replication as well. And here mappings where we will create the mappings here. You can see by default some of predefined mappings are also available here. For integration purpose, argument data with lookup, copy data into an existing target, copy data to new target, join two sources with the inner join, load data to an existing SAP custom table. And these are all the some already created mappings. If you get a few uh, have scenarios like this, you can just click on this and just click on this create option. You know what will happen? It will create one mapping here. By default, it will create. Let's look at another also here. Go to mappings, integration. If you see here, replicate a MySQL table or view incremental to an existing target. Let's see what are the mappings inside this they have used. So, as I said, these are all predefined mappings. You don't have to create mappings again. You can just make use of these mappings. Okay, first create we have a source, right? Just select the source, and here we have expression CDC. Okay, this is for incremental data. Change data capture. CDC is nothing but change data capture. Real-time data, it is pulling. Okay, this expression, it will expression transformation. This will use for real-time data pulling. Okay, here expression, this is for pass through. Whatever we are getting the record from source, it will just allow to pass through to the target. So this is for, it's, let's say this is like incremental load transformation mapping. Okay, so first, for the first thing, we'll be loading into the target, right? For first insert, it will be load. If you see here, they have named it as the expression pass through. Okay, pass through transformation. If no expressions are added during customization, the transformation will be ignored at runtime as its advanced option feature is enabled. Let's see this. Okay, incoming fields. Since we don't have any selected the sources, right? Here they have excluded one field. Here, if you see here, in out info max value. So they excluded this one. Go to expression. So here they have created one ZZK as a output key. Okay, and they made it as a 1. So they hard coded it as a 1. So like this, after CTC, let's see this transformation why they have used. Create an experiment to represent the MySQL table or view timestamp field. Narrow down selection of fields to be passed down from the date time type only. Okay. Here, these are the set the parameters. P CDC field represents MySQL table or field. Okay. In the expression, they have given parameter as the CDC field. Okay. So in this way, we have some predefined mappings. We don't have to create from the scratch. If you are end up with scenarios like this, you can just make use of these transformations. Okay, so this is one of the main advantage in ISS as well. This is also one some kind of interview questions where we have predefined integration mappings and cleansing mappings. Let's see here, check source data for nulls and root valid and invalid data to different targets. What this will do, it will just check for the source data if there are any null values. Okay, so those will route to different target and valid data to the different target. Dynamic creating target, so it will create the target as a dynamic. So you can make use of these predefined mappings as well. For warehousing purpose, we do have CD types, right? So here also they have used sort predefined. So this is how the mapping look like for SCD type 2. Okay. So you can just make use of this. Just select the sources and you can uh, uh, do this. You can just pass this fields to the next transformations. You can make use of joining conditions. Okay, if you want to calculate anything here itself, you can calculate. We have a sequence key generator. Okay, and we do have for a new insert, and for this is for EX insert means existing insert. This is for existing update. So you don't have to create from the scratch. You can just make use of these predefined mappings as well. So in Informatica Power Center, we don't have these kind of features. So in ISS, we have this. So cleansing, warehousing, and industry solutions also we have. Okay. So if you want to create from the scratch, just click on these mappings. Just click this mapping and create. And we do have maplets. Okay, why we use maplets? If there are any transformation need to be reused for the multiple jobs, then we create maplets, and inside that we will create the transformations, right? So this is the use case, and we have a task flows. How we have in Power Center, we will be using sessions, right? And we'll be giving the dependency workflows and dependency sessions. Okay. So here in ISS, we have task flows. So we can create linear task flow. Linear task flow is nothing but custom task flow. We can add parallels, create sequentials, and decisions. So all kind of we can manually create it. Okay, these are all the task force we have. And coming to the components, these are full have some high level files will be there, right? Like XML, JSONs to parse those XML files and load it into required output. So we use these kind of components. Business service, this is for web services. Okay, if you have data, the data is coming from XML files. Let's say it's from a link you are getting the data. So that data you need to be loaded into some target or source tables. Okay, in that scenario, you can use this business services. With this business services, we can get the data from the browsers. Okay, and we can do the transformations and we can load into the source or target tables for further analysis. And we have a saved query. With saved query also we can load the data. And if we have any XML files, JSON files, so with this we can transform the data. And we do have intelligent structure model. If we have Excel data, okay, in one Excel, let's say if we have multiple sheets, let's say 5 sheets you have. In each sheet, different of data sets you have, and you need to load each sheet into different targets. Okay, let's say 5 sheets you have with the different data, and you need to load it into the 5 different tables. So in that scenario, you can use this component and fix it with the file format where there are no any like comma separated or pipe delimited. If it there nothing is defined in the file, then you can go with fix it with the okay, and use the define functions, shared sequence, file listener. So these kind of components we have. So these are all the sets we have. Uh, so we covered mapping, task components, and connections and our connections, right? Let's go with one-to-one mapping now. Simple one-to-one mapping. So go to mappings here, click on this mapping, just create. Okay, this is how it looks like. Just give the mapping name. So mapping should be start with M, one to one mapping. Okay, I click on source, go to source. I just load from Oracle source to Oracle target. Okay, so I'll just select Oracle source. Let me select one object. So I'll just go here. So I have these kind of tables. Okay, these many tables I have. Let's say I'll just take employee. Uh, this is the data we have. Okay, employee LT. It's just one-to-one mapping. I'm not applying any transformations to load the data from source to the target. Okay, so I'll just use one expression to just pass all the fields from source to target. If you don't want to use the expression also, you can just directly connect source to target. Here one advantage is in Power Center, uh, how we can troubleshoot the job is after running the workflow, then we'll be taking the session log and we'll be analyzing that. But here in ISCS, for each transformation, you can do the troubleshooting, whether you are getting the correct data or not from the upstream transformation, okay, to the downstream transformation. Whether the expected output or expected data is coming from the upstream transformation or not, you can just troubleshoot here itself. Let's say I have selected source as a source, right, and the scheme object is employee. So what you can do, you can just click on this preview data, whether it is fetching or not, whether the data is fetching or not from the source. You can troubleshoot here itself. So this is like a flexible way so that you can design the mapping very easily. So this is the in my source, these are the records I have. So it is pulling the records from the source. or else you can just click on this preview also. Here also it will show the same results. Okay, so now I go to target, click on target, click on connection, target, and load into the target table. Here select the object. So in target, t underscore employee, right? So here from source I'm pulling from employee table, and I'm just loading into the target employee. Here you can see we don't have any data here. Okay, so, so t underscore, right? It is not able to fetch that schema name. I just try to fetch t underscore employees. What is the target name? T underscore employee, right? Underscore employees. Okay, I have one more table, RT employee. Selling this. If you want to truncate that target table before loading, you can enable these options. Let's see the target fields. These are the target fields. We need to do the field mapping here. In Power Center, we'll be mapping each column to the downstream column, right? So here in the target itself, we have a field mapping. Here, what you have to do, you need to map each column to the respective column, like name to name, department to department, location to location, employee to employee. Or else, instead of doing manually, here it is field map options. We have manual, automatic, completely parameterized, or partial parameterized. You can select here automatic. What this will do, this option will automatically map any fields added later by the name. Okay, or else just click on this manual only. Here you can see automap is there, right? In automap we have exact field name is there, smart map is there, previous mapping, undo, automatic. So what you do, you just click on this auto smart. Let me unmap first so that you will understand. So when you select smart map, it will automatically map all the fields. Okay, it will check whether there are any similar names here from the incoming fields. It will map accordingly. So in this way we can map automatically. So now we mapped, right? Click on save. It should be valid. We should get valid option. Oh, okay, so now we got valid, so that the mapping was uh, validated. Or else you can click on this right symbol to validate the mapping. So now what you have to do, there are two ways to run this mapping. Either you can run directly from here, just click on this run, it will run. Or else we can create a task for this. So like how we run the workflows in Power Center. In Power Center, first we will design the mapping, right? Then, so that mapping will be selected in the session. Okay, while creating session, we will be selecting the mapping. So here instead of session, we have a task. In task, we need to select that mapping, whichever we created. Okay, let's create a mapping task here. So mapping task name should be start with empty. Okay, here empty underscore 1 to 1 mapping. Okay, so here location is default is there. It's like projects folders. If you let's create, if you want, let's create here. Go to explore. Okay, to explore. Here we have the project folders will be there. If you want to create new project, just click on that. I'll just select dev, okay, and save it. So here the folder has been created. So where we want to store all these created mappings, we can select the location path. Okay, let's go here. Mapping task here location is default is there. So I just select dev. So in this folder, I will be saving all the mappings. So we need to select the runtime environment. Without this, we cannot run the mappings. So mapping here, select here it will show whatever we created, those mappings will be shown here. So here, okay, why it is not showing? We are in dev folder, right? Dev project. We have created in default. Okay. So this is here. This is the mapping selected. So below it will show the mapping image. Okay. Click on next. So we'll get runtime options like all scheduling part, email notifications, and for error handling. We do have in advanced options. We have like pre-processing commands, post-processing commands. How we have in Informatica Power Center. Okay. Uh, Pre and post session commands will be there, right? So in same way we have in advanced options these commands as well, and we have a parameter file location paths, file directory, file name. If we have any parameters we can define here, and execution modes, and this is push down optimization. Here in IICS we call it as a SQL ELT optimization. Okay, they renamed it. Here you can select two source to target full, or you can just parameterize it. And we do have advanced session properties like for error handling. If you here, if you see nothing to display, you want to create, just click on the plus option. You can see number of error handling mechanisms are there. Okay, we can select this. These are all about the runtime options. Then save it. It should be valid again. So now it is showing valid. Then click on run. So to see your jobs, just click on this my jobs. It will show the mapping which we triggered. Okay, click on refresh. It will show the status. So as you can see, it got succeeded. From source it read 5 and it has written 5. Let's go and check here. Yeah. So this is how we can load. Okay. This is in one more way also is there to run the same mapping. Okay. So this is the mapping, right? You don't need to create mapping task. We can run directly this mapping as well. In Power Center without workflow, you cannot run the mapping, right? But here we can run the mapping itself. Just click on this run option. Okay, it will directly show here. You need to select the runtime environment and run it. That's it. See, in if you go to the my job, it will show the job details here. Just refresh it. So we have enabled truncate option, right? So it will truncate the table, and again it will insert the records into the target table. So it got succeeded. So if you check again, the same records has been loaded. So in two ways we can run the ISS jobs. This is also one kind of interview question. So they will ask you like, can we run the mappings directly in ISS? Yes. The answer is yes, we can run the mappings itself. If you have any parameters defined or any uh, mapping parameters defined in the workflow, can we run the mapping alone directly without creating the mapping task? The answer is no. If we have any parameters or any sequence generators, we should have a mapping task to the mapping. Otherwise, we cannot run the job. Okay. So that's all I want to discuss on the first day. So I hope I have given you all the step-by-step uh, guide. So I hope you guys understood very well. If you like this video, please like this video and share it to your friends. Thank you so much for watching my videos. Let's meet in the next session. Okay. Thank you. Bye. Hello friends, welcome back to IICS Infotech channel. Today is IACS day 2 session. So in this session, we are going to discuss about source and target load and in different types. Okay. First one is source DB to target as a DB, and second is source as DB to target flat file, and third is source flat file to target as DB, and fourth one is source flat file to target flat file. So these are the four scenarios which we can see scenarios in real-time projects. So yesterday we have discussed right one-to-one mapping which has DB to DB load. So that I am not going to cover in this session. So today we will see about source as a DB and we'll load into a flat file target. Okay. So for this I am taking source table trans details. Let's go back to the Oracle. So here I am going to take this table name. Okay, this is the table which I'm having related to sales related data. Okay, we have here transaction IDs we have and item type and sales channel whether it is a offline or online, and we have order priorities, order date, order ID, shipment date, what are how many units have been sold, what is that each unit price, unit cost, and what is the total revenue and total cost, and at the end the total profit. So what we're gonna do is now we will take this source table and we'll try to load into a flat file. Okay, so I'm going back to ISCS, log into ISCS, create a mapping here. So I'm gonna name it as m underscore source db2 flat file, right? Source db target table. Okay, so I'm gonna store this mapping in dev project. So now let's take source, go to source, take the connection name, it is in source. Okay, you can take any one, source, Oracle source or source, both having only source schema. Okay, so here I'm just taking source type as single object, and we will discuss about multiple objects and query and parameter as well. Okay, let's go with single object now. Select. So the table name is trans details, right? I'm checking this. So if you want to preview data, we can preview data. As I said yesterday, this is how we will troubleshoot each mapping in ISCS. So these are all the fields coming from the source. Now let's take one expression. Just we will take this expression as pass through only. We are not going to filter or we are not going to convert anything, any some basic data cleansing operation we are not doing here. So all are pass through only. These are the incoming fields. Okay, let's take target. So here what I want to do, I want to load this as a file. Okay, so here target is flat file, right? So I'll just take flat file as a target connection type, and it's a single object. Select. So what I'll do, I'll just create a new file at runtime. Okay, what I'll do is mapping name is source db target laptop. Okay, so I'll just keep it as .csv format. Click on this. Okay, so here if you see the operation insert, it all disabled because it is a flat file. If you see target fields also, you will not get it. Since it is a flat file, we don't have to map any columns. So let's save it. So now you see the mapping is valid now. So it is best to create a task every time whenever you are going to run the mapping. So because if you practice now itself, it will be easy for you in real time projects. Okay. Go to new task, mapping task, create. Use this as empty underscore source db target platform. So it is in dev location. Select your runtime environment and select the mapping. So this is the one which we have created now. So this is how the image will look like. Click on next. Just save it. So if you see the mapping task has been validated. So now let's run the job, and where we are storing that and all information, we should be given in the it should be available in a here target, right? We have defined here target. So ff target file, this is a target file directory path. Okay, this while creating the connection itself, we have given the target file location, right? So there the file will be created. So let's run this. Go to my jobs. Here you can see the status of your all your jobs. So if you see our total 100 records has been processed. Let's check in the source. So we have 100 rows, right? So let's check in the target as well. So if you see, this is the path which I have given. This is the file, right, which we have created now. Let's open this. So you can see we have loaded. So these are all the details we got from the source and we have loaded in a flat file. Okay. So this is one scenario, and the next is source has a flat file to the target DB. I'm taking sales report. This is in a .txt file. Okay. So from this two, I will be loading into the target table. Let's check sales report. You see here in the source files, this is a report. So this is the file which I have, which has a transaction details. We have transaction ID, product name, quantity, and quantity sold. What is the price of each product, and store ID, city, country. So we have here total 20 we have. Let's load this into a table. Okay. So before that, let me we can create in runtime as well. Runtime we will create. So the next one is go to new mapping, create. So mapping name will be m_, source flat factor target db. Okay. So here source is a flat file, right? So I'll select flat file, single object, select the file name. This is the file, right? Sales underscore report. And we have to, whenever we upload this file, right, we need to select the formatting options. Whether it is a delimited, if it is a delimited file, we have to select. It is a comma, right? So you can see here, it's a comma delimited file. We have comma here. In place of comma, we can see in place of comma we can see f hash, we can see dollar, or we can see pipe symbol and comma. Okay, as well as space also we can see in real time scenarios. So where whatever the delimited they have mentioned in the file, that you need to be select in the formatting options. So here I have selected it as a comma. So the first data row should be import from row 1. So if you want field names, you can import from 1, or else you can import from 2. Okay. So we have selected source. What were the fields? These are the fields, right? So I'll take expression here just to pass all the columns. So we got all the incoming fields. Okay. From here to target. Here what I do, in the target schema, I need to create a table. Okay. Select. If you don't have the tables, you can create a trend tab. Just give the table name t underscore. So I will be creating a table like this in the target schema. So if you see here, it is insert, the operation is disabled because it will create while runtime only. So we don't have to map any columns here. If we have this table in the target schema, then we need to map the fields. Okay, now save it. So it is valid now. Let's create a mapping task. T underscore source flat file to target TP. Select the mapping which we have created. Next, save it. So let's run the mapping now. Run. Go to my jobs. We'll see here. So in sales report, we have almost 21 records. Let's see. 21 rows should be processed. So it got successfully loaded. Let's check in the target. So let's start from what is the table name p underscore sales report. Okay. So if you see here, we have loaded from flat file to table. So these are all the records. So total how many? 21 rows. Okay. So we have loaded this one. The next one is source flat file to target flat file. So for this, I'm taking employee data, which is a CSV file. Okay. So which is source? This is the employee data. So we have here these many columns: employee ID, first name, last name, job ID, salary, manager ID, and department ID. Okay. So let's flat file, right? So what we'll do, we'll try to filter some data here. Okay. Where let's say where salary is greater than 10,000, or if department ID is equal to 100, that we need to be loaded into a flat file. Okay. Or for each department, we need to load into a different file. So there are so many scenarios are there. You can just play with the data. Okay. So as of now, I'll just give you only one scenario. You can try different scenarios based on this data. Okay. Let's say uh, files based on department ID equal to 100. Okay. So I'll be creating I'll be pulling the data from source. From all these records I'll be pulling, and I'll be creating a file with where department ID equal to 100. Okay. I'll just load only department ID equal to 100 data into a flat file. You can for practice, what you will do, you can create based on department ID or based on salary. Okay. And if you want manager ID, you can create, but uh, here if you see, there are very limited data we have on the manager ID. So you can practice this. So where department ID equal to 90, 60, 30, and so on. You can create multiple files. Okay. And when it comes to salary greater than 10,000, or where salary is greater than 5,000. So you can practice these too. Okay, let me know in the comment section whether you are able to achieve these two scenarios. Okay, so I'll be showing this department ID equal to 100. So I'll be giving this as exercise. Please try to do this. Okay, so this is source file that I'm removing. Okay, now let's go back to IICS. Create a mapping m underscore yes flat file target flat file. Okay, source is flat file, right? Go to source, select source flat file, select the data, select the file. What is that file name? Employee underscore data, right? Employee underscore data, CSV file. So here, this is a CSV file, right? So what we can do here, we can just leave it as a comma. Okay. If you want, If you have any doubts here, you can just click on this preview button. If it is showing the data correctly, then we are good to go. So here what you can see, cannot get data preview for the selected connection and object. Please verify connection and object data. Invalid header line, empty column name found. So what we have see, this is a CSV file date, but what we have done here, let's check this. What is the property of this file? It's a CSV only. Okay, but it is in Excel format, right? So what we will do, directly we cannot load CSV files. Okay, so for this we have to, what we have to do, we need to parse the data. Okay, or else let's do one thing. So I will be taking this in a text file, employee details. So it should be source files. This is the file. So we have this. Let's take this. So employee details. Let's go to file. We have a tab as a delimited for this. So let's review the data here. Now we are getting the data correctly, right? So done. So these are all the fields we have. So I'll just add expression, and the scenario which I'm explaining here is department ID equal to 100, right? So what I'll do, I'll just take one filter, filter transformation. So these are the incoming fields, right? Department ID, employee ID, filter. I'm filtering on department ID equal to 100. Okay, then I'm loading into the target. So target is also flat filled, right? So I'll create a runtime. So this is employee data based on department ID 100. Okay, dot CSV. Click on OK. Save it. If you want to validate this, whether you are getting the exact only 100 department ID records, what you can do, just click on this filter. You can preview the data here itself. Let's run the preview. Run preview. So it should give us the exact result. So this is how you need to troubleshoot in IICS. Then and there itself you will come to know whether the mapping you have designed it is correct or not, whether you have applied the business logics and you are getting the final output as per the business requirement. So this is how many records we have, only 6 records. So let's see, 6 records should be loaded into the target, right? Let's create a mapping task now. Empty underscore source flat file to target flat file, right? Mapping, let's say, mm, next, save it. So our mapping task is valid now. Let's run the job. So go to my jobs. So how many records we have seen there in the filter transformation? 6, right? So we got the 6 records. Let's check in the target file directory. So this is the file, right, which we have created. Yeah. See, we got 6 records. So this is how we can create in the target. Okay, source as a flat file and target as a flat file. So we covered all these 4 scenarios, and we do have many. Let's see, if you go to source here you can see a single object, right? And we do have, in case of flat file, we have a file list option, and we have a command option, and we have a parameter. So file list is nothing but if we want to load multiple lines, multiple files from source, okay, and you need to load it into a single target table. So at that time, we will be using file list concept. In Power Center, we call it as a indirect file method, right? So here they named it as a file list. And using command also, we can do this. I'll just show you one in create mapping. So in the source, let's take source as a DB. If it is DB, we have a multiple objects and query. Let us just try this multiple objects, okay? So multiple object is nothing but the two tables should have a relationship. Okay, let's say uh, in the source we have a transaction details, right? So for each transaction details, the primary key should be present, and to this related to this table, some kind of information. Let's say for this transaction ID, what we have details here, we don't have city or country details, right? If we create city or country, let's go and create. Okay, create table. What we can say country to France details. Okay, so it should have a reference key, right? Let's say here country ID. Country ID is a number of let's say 5 is a foreign key, and we have a country. But, yeah, yeah. So before that, the trans ID should be primary key. Okay, let's check. So we don't have any primary keys, right, on this table. So what I'll do, I'll just trans ID, I'll just create trans ID as a primary key. This is how we need to alter the table. Alter table trans the table name, add primary key to the trans ID. Okay, let's say I have altered this. Let's check again. So if you see here, trans ID is a not null. Okay, constraint form. So what I'll do, I'll just so for this table, I'll be creating foreign key on the country ID. So I have just added a foreign key on country ID column. Okay, and for this reference is trans details table. Trans ID is a primary key. So this is how I have created. Okay, yeah, I have already created. Let's check this table now. So if you see here, country ID is a vector and it is a not null column. Okay, you want to check here, you go here. Country trans details. So if you see, we don't have any data here. Just click on this SQL. So reference is on trans details. It is enabled. So country ID, it is a foreign key. Country ID is a foreign key now. Okay, this is how you need to check. You can check here the constraints. We have a foreign key, and this is a trans detail. This is a reference table name, trans details. So status is in constraint type is foreign. So now what we'll do, we'll insert into table values. So country ID, if you see here, we should give the exact names, okay, transaction ID names. So for one, here how many transaction IDs we have? We have unique transaction IDs, okay. So we need to create 100 country names. So instead of that, I'll just create like 10 to 20 names. India. So, these many records I have created, 20 records, and I have created it. Now let's see. So let's start it. So these are the country names we have for each country ID. Okay. So now what we'll do, we'll fetch the records, all these records, okay, along with the country name. Okay, along with the country name. So we'll get only till 20 we'll get. Okay, let's try that one. So I have taken multiple objects here. Add source object. Multiple object is nothing, it's like a join condition. But here we can do multiple joins as well, but it will become hectic. So for that purpose, we can use the joiner transformation instead of creating all these at source side of. Okay. So what is the table name? Trans details, right? Trans details. This is the first table, the primary table, and I'm adding related objects. Okay, it will automatically fetch. So we don't have to search for the exact related objects. So if we have the primary key foreign key relationships in your schema, it will automatically fetch the related object. Okay, this is the one, right? Country trans details. Click on this. Okay. So you can see the condition as well here. Trans details dot trans ID equal to country trans details dot country ID. So it automatically give return the relationship condition as well. So if both the condition are matching, then it will get the return the data. So if it is not matching, obviously when you try to add the related objects, it will not show. If it is showing, then this logic it will Informatica it will write. Okay. So what we'll do now, so we have the source, right? So we'll take one expression, and in target, how we want to create, let's say if it is a flat file, if it is a target, it should be truncate unload, right? We need to create the target table. Now what we will do, we create a target, okay, and then can see underscore trans details with country name. Okay, now let's save it. So let's give the mapping m underscore. This is source as a multiple object, right? Source multiple object and target db. Okay, let's save it. Create mapping task. Empty underscore source multiple object target db. Select the mapping. Next, save it. So as you can see, the mapping task is valid. Let's run. So it should give a file with the country details. So we got 19 records. Since we have inserted only 20 records, right, into the table, so we got 19 records. We refresh e underscore trans detail customer. Okay. So as you can see, till 20 we have inserted, so it fetched only 20 records. So you can see the country ID and the country names as well. Okay. So this is how you can do source as a multiple object. So this is how you have to do the source as a multiple objects. And we do have option called query, right? Let's try that as well. Create mapping. So we have seen single object and multiple objects, and let's try with query. So here query, it's nothing but it's like filter option. If you want, you can write here itself the query. If you want to filter the records or if you want to load only particular records into the target table, you can write, let's say, so this is the table, right? Let's say we want to load only wherever the sales channel is online, we want to load only the online records, okay, into the target. Load online into one target, offline into another target. So for that, what we can do, select sales channel from where sales channel equal to online. So let's check here. So this is sorry, select. So wherever online is there, so that many records only it will fetch, right? If you count here, we have 50 online channels and 50 offline channels. So what if we write the same query here in a query mode? I'll just paste it. Let's validate. The query is validated. Here, if you see, you need to observe one thing. Instead of star, you need to mention all the column names. It is always better to mention all the column names. Okay. If you don't mention the column names here, the performance might degrade. Okay, the performance will degrade while running the job. So if you mention all the column names correct to fetch the data, then the performance will increase. If you want it, you can review the data here itself. So we have got right. It will show only limited data. You don't worry. It will not fetch all the. It's like a sample. Okay, sample data only it will show. So we got all the online, right? So the query which we have written is correct. So it's working fine. Click on OK. So it's a query mode. Source as a query mode. Okay. Give expression. The target. We can select the target which we have created now, right? What is that? T underscore translator country. No, this will not work because it has a new column, right? Let's do trans details with what is that? Save channel online. Save it. So let's give the mapping name m underscore source query target db. So I'll create the mapping task for this. Okay, this is the mapping task name. Select the mapping now. Next, save. So what it has to do, it should load only the online sales channel records. Okay. So we got some errors. Let's see when it. So identifier is too long. Okay, the table name which we have given it is same, it's too long. So what we'll do, just to give transaction details only, and that's it. Please save it. So in the mapping task, what you have to do, just go back and just select again. Okay, go next. Here. It is always better to give the table names in a limited. Okay, instead of giving the large table name, you just give according to the result. So see, now it got succeeded. Let's check in the target here. So what is the table name? This is right. Transaction details. So we got 50 records. If you see here, so we got 50 records. Where sales channel equal to 100. So this is not created. Yeah. So this is how we can load uh, the source having different options, right? So in this way we can make use of these source types. So far we have discussed all these things, right? I hope you guys understood all the scenarios, and this is for practice. Please try to uh, create mappings on this salary 10,000 or salary greater than 10,000 and salary greater than 5,000, and create multiple files where department ID equal to 10, 60, 30. It should create different targets or different file names. Okay, to the department ID. So that's it, guys. This is all about day 2 in IICS. Thank you so much for watching my videos. Please do subscribe, like, and share it with your friends. If you like this video, please let us know in the comment section. Thank you, guys. We'll catch up in the next session. Bye. Hello, friends. Welcome back to IICS Infotech channel. Today is IICS Day 3 sessions. So today we're going to discuss about multiple file concepts and ISM technologies in IICS. Let's see first how to load file list concept in IICS using config file. Let's say we have multiple files from the source. Okay, we need to load it into the target table. Let's say we have a similar files. Every day we are getting the similar files from the upstream applications. Okay, let's go with an example. So we have a source files. Okay, let's say these are the files which we are receiving daily from the upstream applications. Okay, employee 1. So we have these kind of records into this employee data, which is a delimited files we are getting. Okay, we have these many columns. So in the similar way, we have multiple files with the same columns. Okay, the important thing here is all source files have same structure. Okay, if you are trying to use this file list concept in IICS, you should consider all the source files should have the same structures. Otherwise, you cannot load it into the single target table. Okay. If you have a different files, let's say you have three files has same structure and another six files have same structure. So in that case, what you have to do, first load these three, okay, make it into a different folder and consider these six into a different folder. Then you can use this file list concept. Okay. So that is the main important thing which you need to remember always. So here I have all the same structures in 9 files. Okay. So we need to create one dummy file. Let's say here I have created config file. Where is it? Yes, this is. So what I have done, I have just mentioned the path of each files. Okay. If you see here, these files here in the input folder, I have these many files, right? So I need to get the file path till here and the folder input files. Inside this folder, I have a file name called employee9.csv. Okay, all 9 files I have inserted into this config.txt file with the path locations. So now what we have to do, let's go back to the IICS, log into IICS, go to new, create a mapping here. So this is more mapping task. Click on this, go to mapping. So I'll give mapping name as file list load. Okay. Source, here what I have to do, select source as a flat file connection. It's a single object. No, we are using a file list concept. Okay. In Power Center, we call it as a indirect file method. Okay. Here it is a file list. This is also interview question. They will ask you what is the name that we do indirect method in Power Center and what is the name in IACS which we will use, which is nothing but file list. You need to tell them as a file list. Okay, now object you need to select config file. So it's like a dummy file. It's not a dummy file. It's a configuration file which consists all the location path details. Okay, select this config.txt. You don't have to give the formatting options because it is a config file, right? So now if you see here, we'll get only one ID. So go to formatting options. You need to select the formatting options because the files which we are using here, the source files, those having delimiters, right? So I'll just open and show it to you. So these files have delimiters. See here, this is the delimited which the source team used. So what I'll do, I'll just copy this delimited, go to ISCS here. Here we don't see, right, comma, tab, colon, semicolon, non-printable. That's it. So in this case, what you have to do, you have to go and use this. Go to others and paste the copied one. So this is the delimited which we have used in the source file. Okay. So click OK. So next, let's take one expression and go to target. So what we are doing here, we are trying to get all the detail, all the file names and load into the target. So in target, we should have a target table name, or else we can create a runtime. Okay, we'll create a runtime target, which is a archive target, single object. Object is I will create a runtime t underscore employees uh, employees employees file list. Okay, click on OK. You don't have to map anything. Click on save. So now the mapping is valid. Create a mapping task. Empty underscore file list load. Select the mapping. Click on next. Save it. Now with that table name, it should be created in the target table and all the files needs to be loaded. Before that, let's check. So we have 107, right? 107, 107 into 9 files. So total 963 records should be loaded into the target table. Let's run the job now. Run. So the job is running now. It's a must and should interview question. If you are attending for IICS interviews, so they will definitely ask you how you can load. Suppose we are getting the files, different files or uh, daily wise files from the upstream applications. How can you load into the target? So this is the question they will ask you. You need to say that we are receiving everyday files in a particular directory, then we have to use the file list concept so that we can configure the config file like some .txt which consists of all the file locations details. Okay, so that we need to give in a source properties. They will ask you like what are the properties which you select in the source. Okay, that you need to explain clearly. Like here in source we have filled these options, right? You have to take connection as a flat file connection and source type as a file list, and in object we need to select the configuration text file, and in formatting options you need to select the delimited. Okay, if if you don't have delimited, it will be there definitely either comma, pipe or tab. These three will be there, so there you need to give the formatting option so that IACS will read the data. Otherwise, you will get the job will get failed. So if you see here in jobs, as I said, 963 records has been loaded, right? So let's go and check in target. What is the target table name which we have given? T underscore employee file list. This is the one, right? See, we have all these records. T underscore employees file list. So if you check here, so these many records we have. Okay, so that's how we will use this file list concept in IACS. So now let's see if you are getting data in Excel sheets, okay, in the form of Excel format, how we can load into the target tables. we will get these kind of scenarios in real time, like some from sales side. We will be getting like sales reports in the form of Excel only. So at that time, we need to load all kind of data into a different target tables. Okay, so that we will see how we can do. So we can do that kind of scenarios in IACS using ISM method. ISM is nothing but intelligent structure model. Okay, if you go here, click on new, we have a components tab. Here we need to select intelligent structure model. So this model, you see here, create an intelligent structure model. You can associate it with a structure parser transformation and use the transformation in a mapping. In a mapping, we need to use structure parser transformation. We do have a new transformation here, structure parser transformation. So with the help of this structure parser, we can read the data from Excel sheets and load it into the respective target tables. Okay, let's see an example here. Let's see employee transaction we have. Here you can see we have a different sheets, right? So here we have employee related data, and here we have employee address details, and we have transactional details as well. So we will be maintaining tables with respect to each data, right? So employee data should go to the employee table, employee address should go to the address table, and the transaction details go to the transaction table. So how we can read this data? Okay, let's see now. So as I said, go here, go to components, select intelligent structure model. First, we need to define the structure. Okay. So first, if we define the structure, then only the structure parser transformation we can use it. So let me give you the name of this structure parser. Employee uh, transaction details. Okay. So I'll be saving in dev folder here based on file sampling. So we have to give the file sampling. This employee transaction source. Okay. Click on this. So if you see here, so this is the sample file. We have all inside this. We have the sheets, right? Employee address, and transaction. These three sheets are there. Correct. So here by default it will show display. If you see here display, we have EMP. So which means it is showing this data, this employee data. So employee, if you see here, we have these, right? So it is showing in this way. And if you click on this, we'll see different sheets, Excel sheets. Suppose we have only three sheets here. Let's say we have some 20-30 sheets. So here it will show all 20-30 sheets names, it will display here. So we need to select each sheet, okay, and we need to define the structure, whether you want to load it into a CSV file or text file, or you want to load it into a target, or you want to load it into a JSON or XML files. So any operations we can do from here itself. If you see here, visual model is there, right? Right now it is not showing anything. If you click on this relational output, here it will show the relational output. So before that, we need to discover the structure. So let's see. So it is processing now. This employee, it found the sheet. We have different sheets. On the first sheet, we need to discover the structure. So it will discover the structure. What are all the columns are there? Okay. and which sheet it is belong to, what is the sheet name, everything it will show here. So if you see, this is the main file, right? Excel file. Okay. In this Excel, we have a element. Element is nothing but it's related to, it's kind of file name. Okay. If you want, you can rename this file name as well. Here rename is there, right? Employee transaction details. Okay. Like this. So this is the employee transaction details file. So it found first it is a Excel file. So that's why it is showing Excel, and element is nothing but file name. If you see, these are the tabs: employee sheet and employee address sheet and transaction sheet. If we have 20 sheets, it will display all 20. Okay. Now see here, if I go to employee sheet, what it is showing? It is showing employee sheet details on the right side, correct? And if I go to address, it will show the address sheet details. And if I go to transaction, it will show the transaction details. All sheet details it will show. Okay. Now, first let's take this employee. Okay. We have a table. Let's say it's I have selected relational. If you see here, relational output. That's why it is showing it as a table. Table. If I close this one, we'll get only the structure. So you need to select here. This is the visual model. In which format you want to fit. If it is relation, it will show the relation. Let's say it is a JSON. So it will automatically write the JSON code. Okay. So this code we can load it into the, with this we can create a JSON file. So with that JSON file again, it will be analyzed for further purposes. Okay. Now relational output, find actions we have. JSON test the output internal substitute score based on model, output type, and an input file. The structure discard transcription the input to the selected output type and saves the output in a file. So test output format. If we just click here, it will just transform. Let's say it's XML file. Select and transform. What it will do, it will transform the data. We can directly save here. Okay. This is just for testing purpose, how it will be. Okay. Before we, after this, we need to do the transformation logics, right? So for testing purpose, you can just here itself you can do the other things as well. So now what we'll do, I'll just load it into a table. Okay, relational table. By default, it will select all sheets as a table. You click on this. This is a table. Okay. If you click on the address tab, it will show the all the column details. How many columns we have. Okay, these are the columns which we have. So what I'll do, an employee ID. All this I want to load into the target file. So I have selected this. Then what you need to do, you just click on save. Now it has been saved, right? So close it. Now let's create a mapping. So this is m underscore ism employee data. Here source is, we don't have any sources, right? Because we need to select intelligence structure model transformation. So for that, let's say here it is a source is a flat file, and we'll just give one dummy file name. So here what I'll do, I have created one input feed, so that we need to create like this one dummy file which has a file path location. So this is the one, right, which we are trying to do. Excel employee transaction source excel dot xlsx excel file. Okay, so we need to provide here the sample file input.txt. We go and check field here, we have file path only. Okay, so this. Now we need to select ISM structure parser. You see here we have structure parser, right? Just drag and drop here. Now we need to select the intelligence structure model. Here it is asking, right, intelligence structure model. So we need to select here in the div we have created, right, employee transaction details. Here you can see intelligence structure model type. Select. So in the output, we are looking out for a relational, right? So that's why here I can select relation or anything. I have row packet or okay, these three are recently added, I think. Incoming fields, we don't have any incoming field. Field mapping, because we haven't connected source, right? So source I'll connect. Now we'll get incoming field. Incoming field is file path. Field mapping is we need to map this to file path. That's it. Okay, output fields advanced. We don't need this as of now. So now what we need to do, we need to connect to the target. So before connecting to target, it will ask you which one you want to load. Address element 1, element 2. Here it is showing address element 2, right? If we want, we can rename this while defining the intelligence structure model. There we have, right, there itself we can rename it with the sheet names. So this one is a employee, second one is employee city, I think. Third one is standard employee transaction side. I will just show you employee address transaction. These three sheet names we need to give before we are doing that one. Okay, so I just say address. So in this way, if we have a let's say copy and paste, I need to map or else I'll create three different targets. Okay, again this the element 1, again this the element 2. So what I'll do, I'll just rename here employee. Second one is employee address. The third one is employee transaction. Okay. So that we can clearly understand. So here target is incoming field. We are getting these incoming fields. So target, I want to load it into Oracle, right? So here object, I'll just create new t underscore employee ISM. Okay, click on OK. So we don't have to map anything. So target 1 is completed. Target 2, here is it is also relational. Select object runtime t underscore address ISM. Click on OK. And again the third target transaction. So select target create a item e underscore transaction ISM. Okay. So in this way, we can load different all the sheets into different targets. Okay. Save it. So now the mapping is valid. Let's create the mapping task. Empty underscore employee address transaction. Yes. Okay. So select the runtime environment and select the mapping. ISM employee data. So this is the mapping, right? We have created. Next, save it. So in target, we should it should create three target tables, right? Should create three target tables. So three different sheets into three targets. Let's run the mapping. So the job is running now. In real time, this also we will use it. Uh, that it will depend on the project. Okay. So if we have this kind of data is coming from the upstream applications, then definitely we have to use this one. This is one-time creation. If you are getting the same kind of data from every day, so what you need to change, you just need to change the path only where we have given in the source, right? The path we have given, right, in configure, sorry, input. In that input, you need to add, you need to change the file name. That's it. So 68 it has loaded. If you see here, from source it is reading only one. It is a file, only one file path, right? Inside the file path we have the Excel sheet. So it is first employee data we have 26 records, and transaction we have 26. Sorry, address 26, and in transaction we have 16. So let's check here. So what is that table name? We have here T underscore employee transaction ISM, employee ISM, and one more is address ISM, right? So first we'll check employee ISM. So we have 26 records. So here also we have 26. Okay. Next is address ISM. Here also we have 26. So same 26 it has read. And transaction ISM we have a 16. So 16 records it has. So this is how you need to implement in real time. Okay. If you have any questions regarding this, please let me know in the comment section. And what else we have? It is yes, part circle. Yeah. So we have covered all these three topics. Mm. If you want, you can do an exercise. Like take one Excel sheet, and you can download some sample data from browsers. It's like if you take COVID related data, sales related data, and company related data. So you just download uh, the sample Excel sheets from the browser, from online platforms. And what you'll do, if you have only single Excel sheets, then try to create here the sheets, new sheets, and just cut the data and paste it here so that you can have multiple sheets here. For learning purpose, just take different of different kinds of data like DOB salaries we have here. Take and commissions and giving compensations. Okay, adding the salaries. Okay, 0.5% or 10%. Just have a multiple columns here itself and you try to load it into the target. You create a runtime the target tables, or you just create with the same column names in the target table. Create target tables and load it into the target tables. And also you can do this uh, table truncate option. Okay, before loading into the table, you can do the truncate as well. So first do the truncate, then load the data. So you can do these kind of exercises. And so as I said, file list concept, it's very simple. Have at least like 5 to 10 files. Have it in a separate folder. As I said, input folder. I have kept all files in input file, and I have created one config file for this, where we can uh, put all the file path locations in this folder, in this file. So that's it, guys. If you have any doubts, please let me know in the comment section. Please do like this video and subscribe and share it to your friends. Thank you so much, guys. We'll meet in the next session. Bye. Hello friends, welcome back to IICS Infotech channel. Today we're gonna discuss about hierarchical builder component, which is in IICS. So this component we use it in a real-time projects very often, because we'll be getting the data from different XML files and different websites, and we'll be getting source files in the form of JSON format. So this is very important component in IICS. So let's see why this hierarchical builder or parcel component is used. So to read JSON or XML file and load into target tables or flat files. So hierarchical builder is used to create JSON or XML file as a target. Let's say we have some data in the form of files or tables from the we're getting it as a source. Okay, and we need to load it or update or do some calculations. So that should be loaded into the JSON files or XML files. So how we can do is by using hierarchical builder, we can create JSON or XML files. So let's say we have a JSON or XML files as a source. So how we can load it into the Oracle targets. Okay. So for that we'll have hierarchical parser transformation, which is used to parse the JSON or XML files, load into the required target tables. Okay, we can use file list concept as well to load multiple JSON or XML files. But the both, let's say we have 5 JSON files, and the files should have the same structure. So in that case only we will use file list concept. As we yesterday discussed, right? File list concept, when it will work means if we have the same structure, same columns, okay, so then only this file list concept will work out. So here also the same scenario. If we have multiple JSON or XML files, so we can, by using file list concepts, we can load multiple JSON or XML files. Okay. And this is, as I said, this is important transformation real-time projects. We'll be getting a lot of XML files or JSON files from the upstream applications. Okay, let's get into the practical sessions. So log into the IICS, go to new. Here you can see components, right? So these are all the components we have in IICS. Hierarchical schema. If you see here, yesterday we discussed about intelligent structure model, right? To load XML files. If you have in one XML, in one Excel, if you have like 5 to 10 sheets, so each sheet should be loaded into the different target tables. So in that case, we'll using intelligent structure model. Now we are getting source files as a XML or JSON. So for to parse that files and load it to the target tables, we have to use hierarchical schema. So let's create now. Just give any hierarchical schema name. So I'll just show you the sample files. This is a XML file and this is a JSON file. First we'll try to load JSON file. Okay, let's open this JSON file. So what we have here, this is a shopping list groceries. Okay, item is apples, quantity 3 and units is lbs. So it's not in kgs, it's in lbs. So this data is regarding to the groceries items. Okay, so now we'll create hierarchical schema, hierarchical groceries. Okay, I'll be saving in dev project. Here select sample file, click on choose. If you see here, by default we'll get XML and JSON files only in the source file directory. So now we'll go with grocery items, open it. So now here we have opened the JSON file. So here one more interview question. In the interview, whenever you are going to attend for IICS interviews, right? They will ask you how you can validate the JSON file, whether it is a correct JSON file or not, how you will validate it. So simply what you have to do, when you click on this hierarchical component, we'll get a schema or sample file selection, right? There we need to select the sample JSON file and click on this validate option. If you click on this, you will get JSON sample is valid. So which is nothing but it is a valid JSON file. This is how we will be validating the files. And click on OK. Now save it. So now we have created schema, hierarchical schema we have created. Now what we have to do? We have to create mapping for this. Create mapping. Give mapping name hierarchical groceries. Click on source. Same how we created yesterday, right? File list concept. We have to use source as a flat file. Since it is a JSON file, so it's all comes under file category. So here is a file list. Before that, we need to create config file. So we are loading JSON file that I have created one config file here. Input underscore JSON. Here what I have given, we have to give the file path and the entire file path where this JSON file is placed. Let me copy paste this file name and .json extension should be given. Okay, so I'm gonna select this one, put underscore json.txt. Okay, so what it is saying, file doesn't exist. Where we have this one, it is in source files, input.json, source files, grocery items. So we have given this correct name. Okay, so now what we have to do, we have to take the hierarchy parser transformation. Okay, let me remove this. Yeah, so click on this hierarchical parser. If you see here incoming fields, as of now we don't have anything because we are not connected source to the hierarchical person. Okay, input settings, which is a file, right? Click on schema, which we have created. It is hierarchical groceries. Next. Now what we will do, we'll map source to the hierarchical schema. Now we can see here incoming field. No fields are available. Let me go to source. Let's say preview data. Cannot get data preview for the selected connection. Now please verify connection and object details. Source files, file path doesn't exist. Okay, let me single object because we have only single file, right? So instead of file list, we can just take single object and select this input JSON. Now it is valid. So if you preview data, it should show the path and the file name. See, now we are getting the correct one. Click on done. So now we can see here the input field, incoming field, input. Okay, this is the file path. You go to field mapping. Click on map all descendants. It will map all. If you see the groceries, it is the roads and the output fields. So these are all the output fields we require, right? Item, quantity, and then unit. So the groceries one we need to map in the target. So let's take the output of hierarchical parcel to the target. It will show all the categories. Which one we need to map it to the target. So we want groceries items list, right? Click on OK. Go to target. So let's say we load it into the target table. Object will create at runtime t underscore hierarchy groceries. Click on OK. Here we don't need to map the fields because at runtime it will create the table and it will load the data. Let's save it. It is showing invalid. Let me check. In the hierarchical parser, the input field selection must contain at least one mapping field. Okay. Go to hierarchical input field selection. Input field selection. Yeah, here we need to map file path to the input. Okay. Now save it. Now it is valid. You see here the mapping is valid now. Let me create the mapping task. Empty underscore hierarchical groceries. Select runtime environment and select the mapping hierarchical grocery. Click on this select. So this is the one that which we have created. Go to next and save it. So the mapping task is valid now. Let us run. Let's check in target. Do we have? We don't have that target, right? So it will create well runtime. Run the mapping. So it is loading now. So it read 8 records. Okay. You click on this job, you'll get all the details. Okay. From source, we have one file, right? In target, it read 8 records and 8 records have been loaded. Let's check in the target table. Refresh T underscore hierarchical gross case. See, so this FK route, this it's not required. Only item quantity unit is required, right? Let's modify. Go to mapping. That here we have output fields, right? Let's do in the target. We can exclude that one field. Incoming fields. These are all the incoming fields. We'll do exclude named fields. Okay. So this is not required. Excluded one field and let's create include name fields item quantity unit. So these three columns we require, right, in the target field. Okay. Now save it. So this is the mapping task, right? Let's go back and reselect the mapping. Next, save. Let me truncate this one. Underscore. So if you see, we don't have any data now. Now let's run the mapping now. So it got failed, you know why? Because at runtime we have given runtime it should create a target table, right? So before it's already created, when you try to run the same job again, it shows that name is already existed. What we can do, we can just select the target table here. Go to select. So in existing hierarchy groceries, yes, smart try. So now we can select truncate table. So it will load the data now. So what we can do here, we'll just restart. Go to my jobs. So it got 8 records. Let's check. So yes, why we are getting okay. Before it already created with the FK root column, right? So what we can here table column. So now we can see we got the required output. So apples has 3 quantity, unit is LPS. Grapes has 2 quantity, bread, milk, egg, chicken, meat, and tomato. So this is how we need to do the transformations, or you need to modify the mappings in such a way that the final required output should meet. Okay. So now what we'll do, now we tried with the JSON file, right? Now let's try XML file. Okay. So create hierarchical XML, and we have the file here, people details. If you open this is an XML file. Okay. So what we have here, name, age, and email. Let's say name, age, and email we have. Okay. People's. Now we need to select the sample file, people details, right? Click on OK. So we have name, age, and then email. It is validated. It is valid. Click on OK. Save it. So go to new components. Sorry, mapping. Create mapping. So give the mapping name m underscore XML people. Okay. Same thing. All the steps you need to repeat it. Okay. Go to source. It's a flat file, single object. So for this also I have created one input XML. You see here I have given the path details. Okay. So which one I need to select? Input underscore XML. Input underscore XML.txt. So select the XML parser. So here incoming field we don't have anything as of now. Here just select the schema XML. Right now we are doing input field selections, field mapping. So person book, which one we need to do? Name, age, email. This is one we require. Map for descendants. So this is the one we should get. These are the output fields, name, age, email. Now we will map source to the hierarchical schema. We get incoming field, input settings, input field selection. We should map it. Now this is all done. So let's map it to the target. So persons we need to map to the target, right? Click on target. We create a runtime. It's a table. Create a runtime. The underscore hierarchical XML people. So just keep short variable. That's all. Okay. So next time if you want to truncate, we can truncate the table. Now let's save it. So it's valid now. Create a mapping task. Empty underscore hierarchical XML people. Select the mapping. Click on next. Save it. So the mapping task is valid now. Let us run the job. So the output fields are name, age, and email. So it had read 16 records. Okay, let's go and check in the target table. So if you see here, we got three columns: name, age, and email. John D 30, 25. These are all ages and these are all email IDs. And we can do some operations like we have here first name, last name, right? Both has been joined in the single column. So if you want, you can split the name here. We'll take first name and last name. Okay. So let's try that. After hierarchical parser, I'll just take expression. Okay, on persons. Here what I have to do, these are all the incoming fields: age, email, name. So what I'll do, I'll create one output port on name underscore first name. Okay, string 10 is fine. And what I'll do, underscore last name. Okay, we have first name and last name. So here, so what I'll do here, substring of name, comma, I'll just select this substring of name, comma, from 1 to start, comma, and string of name, comma, space. From till space, it has to take the first name. Okay. Now the expression is valid. Click on OK. So with this, we'll get first name. Let's take last name also. Substring of name, comma. Here from space we need to get right. So first we need to identify the space. And string of name, comma, space. So this will give us the space position, and then what we have to do, comma, string of, we don't have to give anything because after that it will take till the end. Okay, till end it will take name in string of name, comma, space. That's it. So if you want, we can check here itself. T underscore and yep, this is the one, right? Let's try here itself. Select name, comma, substring of name, comma, 1, comma, and string of name, space, as left name, comma, substring of name, comma, and string of name, comma, space. So this will come. So this is what we'll get, right? This is the required output. So I have splitted the name into first name and last name. So the logic, you can just copy this and paste into the expression. So this is the one that I have given for the last name. So now we got the first name, last name. Now what we have to do? So here we are getting the first name and last name as well, right? So we need to map it to the first name and last name. Since we have already have the table. What I'll do, I'll just add two columns here. Alter table, table name, add column, F name, add that to our 10. So valid identifier, just add the first name. So I have altered table, first name, last name. Now let's select this. So we have first name, last name, right? So now if I run the job now, so select the table name first. Okay, people, right? Yes. So we have a target fields now, field mapping. So we need to map, right? So this first name to first name, last name to last name. And then next what I'll do, I'll just do a smart name. Okay, now we have mapped it. Let's save it. So the mapping is valid, right? Let me rerun now. So I have given the get table right here. Yes. Please go to my jobs. So 16 records it got loaded. Let's check whether we are getting first name, last name. Okay. See, we got the first name and last name. Okay. So this is how you need to design the mapping based on the business scenario. Okay. So what we have done till now, we are read JSON XML file and load into a table, and we parse it by using the hierarchical parser. If you have multiple lines, you can use just file list concept. Okay. What we'll do, we'll just build a JSON or XML file as a target. Okay. So this one example we'll see. So let's take any one table here from source. Which one will take employee? Okay, we have this table employee. We need to create it as a XML or JSON file. So go to new. So for this, what we have to do, hierarchical builder. Okay, not hierarchical schema. So just create a mapping here. Underscore hierarchical builder. Okay, select the source, employee, right? Yeah. So we have these fields, and what I'll do, I'll take hierarchical builder, this one. So these are the incoming fields. Output setting, sorted, it's not required. Output, select. Okay, for this also we need to create XML. Okay. Mm, Field mapping or advanced. write to a file. So select file and file path enable path implement. Okay, let's create a hierarchical schema. So let's create this hierarchical builder. Okay, we need to upload a sample file, right? So it's in JSON, then I'll just use this as a sample file. Okay, save it, go to your mapping, select hierarchical builder. So we got this right to a file. No. So what we have given, okay, it got done. Connect to the source, okay. So these are the incoming fields, input setting, output, view here. So this is the field mapping. So here what it is showing, here to the shopping list. Name, department, location, email. Some source we are getting like this, right? We map, so we cannot map in this way. So let's go to advanced output. So I'll check this. Okay, I'll check this. Target income face turning output. Okay, I'll check this one. So how we can build from uh, source as a DB to the XML file or JSON file. Or else we can go with ISM also. So there we have options, right? Let's delete this one. We have already discussed yesterday. So how we can create with source as a table and target as a JSON or XML file. Okay. So for that, click on this new, go to components. What is it? Internal structure model. This is for XML files. Okay. If we have the files, then we want to create it as a JSON or XML, then we can do this. But here we have a table. Okay. By using table, we need to create a JSON file. So that should be hierarchical builder only converts relational input into hierarchical output. Okay, I'll check this and because we don't use this one, but as per exercise or just for learning purpose, I'll check this and I'll update you on this. Okay. In the next video, I'll explain about this. So far we have done with whatever we have covered. So I hope you guys understood all the scenarios here. Please practice in your home. Practice with multiple. Take some sample files, different files, which consists of like more than 1,000 rows. Okay. So try to load some huge data, and then you can see you might get multiple errors. So you just solve it. If you are not familiar with the errors, then try to Google it and try to rectify it. So in that way, you can get experience in that creating the mappings in ISCS. So if you have any doubts, please let me know in the comment section so that I'll help you. If you have any interview questions or if you have any queries which you are not able to understand, so let me know in the comment section. I'll try to explain in the next videos. So thank you for watching my videos. Let's meet in the next session. Bye. Hello friends, welcome back to Education Infotech channel. Today we're gonna discuss about IACS session day 5. So today's topic is filter transformation. This filter transformation we often use in real-time scenarios. Okay, in our daily, if you are a developer in your daily scenarios, you will definitely use this filter transformation. So it is easy and it is important to know about this filter transformation and what are all the operations we can perform in filter transformation. Okay, so this is to filter out the data. Let's say we are getting some null values from the source. While loading into the stage table, we need to remove the null values and load the next data. Okay, so in that case we will use filter and transformation to eliminate the null values and load only wherever the data is present. So at that scenarios also we will use filter and transformation. And in between the mapping, if you want to filter out some records, let's say we need to filter, we are getting let's take this example, sales related example. Okay, so here you can see we are getting the sales channel. If you see sales channel here, we have online and offline. So we will load this at staging layer. We will be loading this, and for further we need to load online related data to one particular table and offline related data to another particular table. So in that case, what we can do, we can use this filter transformation. Okay, and we can route the data or we can filter. Let's say in our mapping, we just need to load only online sales channels. Okay, at that time, we can use this filter transformation where sales channel equal to online. Okay, in many cases, we'll be dealing with this filter transformation. So we do have operations like equal, less than, greater than, less than or equal to, greater than or equal to, not equal to, and we can use and or between operators as well. Okay, let's discuss these scenarios. Sales channel equal to online or offline. Anyone, we can take anyone now. So I'll just take online. Okay, first we'll check what kind of results we'll get in Oracle. Okay, so I'll place online. So these are the results we are getting. Let's see how many records. 50 records are there. Okay. So after we developing our mapping, we should get 50 records. Let's create a mapping first. So this is a filter transformation on sales related data. So let's select source first. Source is a flat file. Sorry, it's a DB table, right? So I'll just select that table. In which schema it is available? It is in target schema. So what I'll do, I'll select source as in target itself. If you want, you can move the table to the source schema and you can select source as source only. So what is the table name? Trans details, right? So these are the fields we are getting from source. So let's take filter transformation here. So these are the incoming fields, right? We can do filters on these columns. Here we have a simple, advanced, and completely parameters. Simple is nothing but if you click on this plus symbol, you will get condition type. Okay, so you can perform these condition. You can these perform operators based on your requirement. But here in simple you can perform only one condition. Let's say now we are discussing about sales channel equal to online, right? So let's take sales channel equal to online. Okay, this is one simple filter condition. So in Oracle, how it will write, if you click on this advanced, okay, you will see. So this is how it will write. So this IACS, it will automatically write sales channel equal to online. Okay. So as of now, I'll just keep it as simple and go to target. Target, if you want to load it to the table, you can load it. Since the target table is not available, or if you want to create, let us create it. Create table as select start from times table where 1 equal to 2. So I just want to create a structure. I don't want to load any records into this table. What I'll do here, e underscore trans details. I'll keep it like this. So now we have a table. So if you select this, so we created all the columns, right, in target schema. So let's load the target table only. So I'll select the table t underscore trans details. Okay. So this is a insert operation. Before that, I'll just truncate it. So we got the table target fields, and what we need to do, we need to map it, right? Do the smart map. Since all the columns are same, right? From we are taking the target as source, and we are loading in the target schema in the same schema only. Now let's save it. So the mapping is valid now. Uh, for practice purpose, please try to create mapping talks for every mapping. Okay, so that is the best practice. For the time consuming purpose, I am just directly running this mapping. Okay, let's run the mapping. So the 50 records should be loaded into the target table. So go to my jobs. So if you are looking out for any IACS developer roles, if you want to learn this, you can go through my videos. These are all simple scenarios. Okay. If you want to learn more about this IACS, uh, I have started these online classes, IACS and SQL Informatica as well. If you are interested, please let me know so that you can join in my online classes. I'll be teaching you all kind of real-time scenarios, how we actually implement the map links and how we uh, deal with the data, how we can cleanse it, what are all the operations we'll do in the real-time scenarios. Okay, so how we will load from real-time, how we can capture the real-time data to the staging tables, how we can load it. So these kind of scenarios I'll be explaining in my live training classes. If you are interested, you can join it. So here we got the result, right? So let's see how many records we have. So if you see here sales channel, we have only online. Okay, so if you count it, so we got 50 records. Let's go with another scenario. Order priority M, H, or C or L. M is medium, high, C is common, L for low. Okay, let's take two scenarios here. Okay, I'll take this MHL. So I want to filter out where our order priority equal to MHL. Okay, I need only those kind of data. You see here. Okay, so these are all the order priorities. So how many we have? 78 rows only. So let's create a mapping for this. So what I'll do, go to this filter we have, right? Here we cannot perform because we have multiple conditions. If you have a single conditions, you can just go with the simple filter condition, or else just go with advanced. So here we can define how many conditions you want to give, you can define here. So what is that? Order priority, right? Order priority equal to H, or order priority equal to medium, or order priority equal to low. That's valid. So the expression is valid now. For troubleshooting purpose, what we can do, we can just we preview the data here, whether this logic is working fine or not. Our expected result is getting or not till filter transformation. So after this, we have targeted whatever the result we get here, the same result will be loaded into the target. So we can preview the data here itself. Let's run it. Run preview. So we should get how many records we have here. 78 rows, right? It fetch 78 rows on where order priority equal to MHL. So 78 records it should fetch in the filter transformations. So the data preview has been finished. Yeah, we got the result here. Okay. So okay, so we are getting the expected output. So which means the condition what we have given here, it is a valid one. So now what we'll do, I'll just run the mapping. Have given the truncate, right? So it will truncate the previous data and load the new data. So it had loaded 78. How many records we had here? 78. We got 78, right? So we have got 78 records. Let's check in the target table. So we got sales channel as on and off both, but we give the filter on order priority column. So we have HLM, and we have given only three, right? I have removed C. So we got the required result. And we'll go with one more scenario, total revenue. Okay, we'll do filter on total revenue. If you see here, total revenue greater than, I want to get this. So these are all the records which are greater than 20, 24 lakhs 7,956. 2,47,956. I want more than this total crop. So how many records we are getting? It is 76, right? So we'll change the mapping here. So edit the filter conditions. So what is the total revenue? We can, what we can do, we can just do in this simple only. Okay, total revenue greater than or equal to, what is that value? Okay, so I want greater than this revenue. So I'll save it. So mapping is valid. Let's run. So you can just play with the data. You just download some huge volumes of sample records. You can just um, filter, take as many as scenarios. Here we have equal, less than, greater than, less than or equal to, greater than, equal to, not equal to, and or. Suppose if you have a null values in source, okay. So we just keep it as is null, not is null, okay. We got 77 lookers. So let's check in the target table. So here if you see it will be greater than. If you just filter this, okay. So this is total revenue, right? So we are in ascending order, right? You see what is the value we have given here? 2,47,000, 2,47,000, 2,57,000. So it fetched all the records where the total revenue is greater than or equal to this value. Okay. So in this way you can just practice it. Okay. Take AND operators or operators. We have taken OR operator, right? You just try with AND operator, okay, and between also, like or if you have a shipment date, if you want to get the shipment dates or order date, okay. If you want, you want to get the order date is this and the shipment date is this one. So you want to get in between the records. You can go with this between operator. Okay. So in same way also you can give multiple filter conditions, not equal to or less than, greater than. Okay. However, we discussed like this here, right? In this way you can practice it. Okay. This is all about filter transformation. In the coming video, we'll discuss about one more topic. Okay, I hope everyone is all my subscribers are watching my videos regularly. I really appreciate them. If you like this video and if you understand the concepts which I am explaining here, please do like and share my videos to your friends and families who are looking for IACS scenarios. Okay, okay, guys, we'll catch up in the next video. Thank you so much. Have a great day. Bye. Hello friends, welcome back to Education Protect channel. Today we're going to discuss about day 6 expression transformation. Okay, so in expression transformation, uh, there is no theoretical explanation because it's all depend on practical session. Let's go with the practical session now. So go to ISS and log in into the Informatica cloud. Okay, go to mappings, create a mapping. So I'll just take any one source here so that I can explain you about expression transformation in how many ways we can use the expression transformation. Okay. So I'm going with the table now.
I'll select the transaction table only. So the transaction details, right? Click on OK. So first we will check what are all the fields we have and how can we uh, make examples on that fields. Okay, let's check the columns here. So these are the columns we have. So in expression transformation, we can write the custom conditions, or if you want to merge something, so we can write in this expression transformation and we can take one output from it. Okay, so these are the fields we have. So I'll take here the expression transformation. If you click on this, open here. So these are all the incoming fields, right? Which are coming from the source. We have expression tab here. Here, create simple expressions. You can also use expression macros to create complex expressions. So, and allow additional fields and expressions during task creation. And we have a window, which is advanced mode to configure window properties. And we have a advanced. So this is a tracing levels. So go to expression. So what I have to do here is, so we have from source we are getting these many fields. Okay, let's check the data here. So we'll check it here itself in source, right? Select star from trans data, trans details. So these are the records, right? Here we have trans ID. We have a sequence as well. Let's consider it as a sequence. Suppose we don't have this trans ID, okay, in this table or any, just assume that you don't have any sequences, okay. In target, while loading into the target, you want to create the sequences, okay. So by looking at the report, so total how many records are there, so it needs to be displayed clearly. So I have a trans ID, so but what I'll do here is in target, this is a table, I think, yeah. So in target, I need to create a sequence number column, okay. So how we can do? So let's assume we have a sequence number in the target table, sequence number column, but there is no data in that. So from source, using this mapping, okay, here using expression, we want to create the sequence, or without expressions also we can create the sequence, right, by using sequence generator. Just you can remove this, just add here is sequence generator is there, right? So without, just by with this also we can create the sequence. Just connect the sequence generator to the target, it will create. Okay, on which column, that we will map it here. So without sequence generator, I want to create the sequences. So how we can do? We can, one of the way is by using expression transformation, we can achieve that. So I'll tell you how to create that. So before that, let's create a column here like sequence number. Okay. So I'm gonna add the sequence number into the target table. Okay. So now if you go and check this, so we have a sequence number now. Okay. So if you see here, we have the null. Okay. So but we need to create sequence numbers. So while loading from source to the target, we need to assign the sequence. Okay, let's check now. Let's go to expression. So click on this plus symbol to add. So here, if you see here field type, we have output variable, input macro, output macro. Okay, now we'll discuss about output field and variable field. So what I'll do, first I'll create a variable field. So what I'll do here is I'll give it a variable as a variable sequence. So sequence, it is a number, right? So I'll keep it as integer. Okay, click on OK. And again, I need one output port for that variable. So what I'll do, O underscore sequence. This is also integer. So now what we have to do, first configure variable sequence. So for this, what we have to do, we just need to create sequence, right? For that, we so v underscore sequence plus 1. Just validate it. Okay. And here output sequence equal to v underscore sequence. Okay. So what we have defined here, so I have created a variable port and I'm taking the same variable port as a expression and I'm just incrementing with plus 1. Here the starting value for v sequence will be 0. So here output sequence is v sequence. Whatever the value holds here in v sequence, it will be assigned to the output of sequence. So here is 0 plus 1, 1, right? So v underscore sequence value is 1 now. So the value 1 is assigned to the output sequence. So output sequence is holding now the value as 1. So in this way, for this the next record, v sequence is already value 1, right? So 1 plus 1, it will increment 2. So again, variable sequence is holding value 2, same value it will be passed to the output sequence. So in this way, we can increment the sequence value. So the same we are passing it to the target. Let's take the target table, select the target table, t underscore trans details, right? So before loading, I'll just truncate the table and load it into the target table. So now we have the target fields, right? We have an extra column, sequence number. Now what we'll do, we will do the smart mapping. So for this, we have output sequence, right? So we need to map it to the output sequence. So now save it. So okay, now the mapping is valid. Let's just rename the mapping here, m underscore expression sequence transformation. Okay, save it. So if you go and check here in the target, so we have the data, right? For just purpose, I will just truncate. So I have truncated. Now we have 0 records, right? Let's run the job now. So I have always telling you, right, that before you are going to run the job, you need to create a task flow. Okay, so it is good for practice. For time consuming purpose, I am just running the mapping directly. But it is always best to create the mapping task for every mapping. So we got 100 records. Now let's check here. So now the serial number, if you see here, we got the sequences, right? So in this way, we can use the expression transformation. And as well as if you want to concate or if you want to do some operations, see here expression, it is not a port. We'll be having input and output, okay? And variable port also it's there. Why we will use variable port? It is to intermediate calculations, okay? And we cannot use it as the output port. As we discussed here, we cannot use it as a output port, right? So in expression, we should have a variable port, and for that variable port, we'll be assigning to the output port, but we cannot create a variable port as the output port, okay? And so we have done the operations like variable equal to a plus b in the sense here variable port equal to variable plus 1, and this variable will be assigning to the output port. So out equal to variable. Suppose if you want to do some calculations like if you want to increase the salary by 10% or 20%, something like that, you can create a variable ports in expression, and that variable you can assign to the output port. In that way, we can do. So here, if you see the order of execution, first input port will execute, and then variable port, and then output port. So this is the order of execution. It is one of interview question. They will ask you what is the execution order if you have expression transformations in your mapping. So the first is input. Whatever the input values, input ports we have here. Let's say what I'll do for this expression. These are all the incoming fields, right? First, all these incoming fields will trigger, and then we have the expression. So next we'll have the expression ports, variable ports if you have anything. Then the output ports. If you go and check here in the target incoming fields, so this is output. This is coming from expression, right? If you see here expression, and rest all are coming from the source. So the first input, whatever the inputs we are getting from the source, that will execute. And next, if you define any variable ports, that it will execute. Then the output. So you can perform some operations like this. If you take employee or if you take some if you want to do some calculations, just try it in by taking any one scenarios. You can do all these kind of operations. Okay, and you can write if conditions in between in the expression transformation. If salary less than or equal to 5,000, then increment by 30%. Else, if salary is greater than 5,000 and less than or equal to 10,000, then increment salary plus salary 20%. So in this way, we can perform the if conditions as well. Let's take here. Uh, let's see. Uh, Here we have sales channel and units, right? What I'll do, total cost, unit cost, right? Mm, unit price are there. So let's say here we have a company table. Okay, in this we have the employee ID, employee email, and the location. Suppose we want to load in the target. I want to load employee ID, employee name, and the location. So I want to extract the employee names from the email ID. So by using expression also we can do it. Let's check in the target whether we have that table or not. Company. So we have a tea company here. 45670. Yeah, so same target we have here. What I'll do, I'll just add one email, add e-name. Okay, so I have altered now. So I have a name right here. So by using expression, I'll load the employee names from email. So let's create expression for this. Let's create a mapping. Okay. So go to new, click on mappings, create mapping, m underscore employee name extract. Okay. So the source is company table. So employee ID, email, location is. So I'll take expression. Okay. Go to expression window. So we have these columns coming from the. So in the output for, I will first create a variable e name v underscore employee name. It is a string. I'll keep it as that. Okay. And I need one output for right o underscore e name. So I'll keep it as that. So now here from email, right? What we need to do, we'll just use substring of email, comma, one, comma, in string of employee name, comma, still at the rate symbol we need to get, right? So let's validate. So this is what. So for testing purpose, what we can do, we'll just do here, select employee ID, email as ename some something. Okay, let's see what we'll get. So in this way also you can do the testing whether we are getting the expected output or not. Okay, so if you see here, now we are getting the exact names. So what I'll do, I'll just need to do the -1 here. Now click on OK. So for the output name, we just need to give this variable name. Now the expression is passed. Go to target, create the target now, select the table name. So we have the company, you know, what is the target name? T underscore company. So T underscore company. So it is insert operation. I'll truncate before loading. These are all the target fields we have. Let's do the field mapping. So it has taken the correct. Okay. Ename we have mapped the output ename. Save it. So the mapping is valid now. It is showing valid. Let's run the mapping. So I've just shown you two scenarios. Okay, you just take sample of data and you can just do the operations. Okay, you can merge the first name, last names, or if you want to merge the first name, middle names by creating variable fields, you can do the operations in expression transformation. So the data has been loaded. Let's check in the target table. So if you see here, we got the employee name. Okay. So if you don't want this email also, you can just exclude that one. Photo mapping. Okay. In the target fields, what and all you need, we are getting from incoming. You can create one here. Click on this exclude, configure. You don't want email ID. Okay. Oh, sorry. From email ID, we are doing this operations, right? 1 second. Okay, from expression we are getting. So from expression, so you want only employee ID, location, email. That's it. So target fields, field mapping. Here I'm not mapping any. Okay, email ID I'm not mapping. If you want, we can exclude this as well. Employee ID, sorry, email, right? And delete this. So if you don't want to create, just leave it. Save it. Suppose in target, you don't have the email column. Okay. From source, we have email column, but in target, we don't have email column. We have only ename. So in this case, employee ID, ename, location. So anyway, we'll be extracting the user employee name from the email ID and we'll be loading into the employee name column. Okay. So yeah, it is succeeded. Now if you see, we got the employee AMC. So in this way, you can create so many, or you can do the calculations in between. So as I said, one example, right? The salary column, or if you want to do some aggregations, so you can create in this expression transformation. You can create the variable ports and the output ports. Okay. So I hope you guys understood this. So thank you so much for watching my videos. Please do subscribe and like, share it to your friends. Thank you so much, guys. We'll meet up in the next session. Thank you. Have a nice day. Bye. Hello, friends. Welcome back to AdKS Infotech channel. Today we're gonna discuss about joiner transformation. Okay. So in SQL, you know that we have a different joins, right? Left outer join, right outer join, full outer join, and normal join. So in the same way, in IACS or Informatica, we do have the joiners concepts. Those are normal join, master outer join, detail outer join, and full outer join. Here, if you see here, master outer join, it's like the left join, okay? And detail outer join, it's like a right join. And you know that normal join and full outer join. So what this normal join will do? So normal join, only the matching records will get from the both the tables. Okay, if you see here, this is the detail table and master table. Okay, we'll get only the matching records from both the tables. As well as master auto join will get all the records from detail and the matching records from the master table. So detail outer will get all the records from master and the matching records from the detail. Full outer will get both matching and non-matching records from the both the tables. Okay. So master should always be less number of records. Okay. Less number of records than detail table. Okay. Than detail table to improve performance of the job. Okay. So let's say you have two tables. Okay. Two different tables from different DB. You have one table from uh, table A from Oracle. Okay. Table B from MySQL. So if you have in this scenario, okay, and you have here, let's say 1,000 records. Here you have only like 300 records. So in this case, which one you will consider it as a master and which table you consider it as a detail? So as I said here, master should always be less number of records than detail. Okay. So in this case, we will consider this as a detail. Okay, and this will consider it as a master table. So, so this is how you have to design the mapping in IICS. Okay, because in IICS the catch will happen on the master table. Whenever you select the master, the in IICS the catch will be stored. Okay, so for that purpose, to improve the performance of a job, the master table should have always the less records when compared to the detail table. So this is the one, and we have to use join condition to combine both the tables. So there should be one common column between the two tables. Then only we can join the tables. So define the join type based on the requirement. Whether you want to do normal join or detail master or full, that will be depending on the scenario which we are working on that job. Okay, and always join the tables in source qualifier when the tables are in the same database. Okay, so let's say uh, from Oracle you have table 1, table 2, table 3. Okay, you want to join this. So in this case, what you can do is, okay, so what you have to do, since the tables are in the same schema, you can join in the source itself. You have to write a SQL query or SQL override query in the source itself. So to get the required output, same source query to join the tables. Okay. So if you have like heterogeneous sources are there, like table 1 is Oracle, table 2 is flat file, table 3 is MySQL server. Okay. So in this way, if you have a different file or different of sources, you want to load it into a single target table, and there should be a common column should be present. Otherwise, we cannot join the tables. So in table 1, in table 2, both should have one common column. Then we can join. So in this case, you will get in doubt. So how many joins we need to use? So if you see here, n sources equal to n minus 1 joiners. So here we have a 3 sources, right? 3 minus 1 equal to 2 joins we have to use. 2 joins we have to use. So this is a formula. If you are stuck in between, like you have some 10 tables and you need to join in interview, they will ask you, I have like 10 tables from different sources. I want to join it and load it into a single table or multiple table. So how many joiners you will gonna use in the mapping? So this is the question they will ask you. So simply say they said like 10, right? So 10 minus 1, 9. So you have to use 9 joiners in the mapping. Okay, let's go with the practical session now. Let's see how we can implement this. So log into IICS, go to mappings, create a mapping. So the mapping name is joiner transformation. Source, I'll select, I have a employee data CSV file. So I'll select this as a source. Source is a source flat file. Select source file. What is the file name? Employee underscore data, right? Employee underscore data, it is a CSV. Go to formatting options. So you need to select whether it is a comma, tab, column. What is that file? So you need to select that. Let's check whether we are able to pull the data or not. So we are able to pull the data. Done. So what are the fields we have? These are the fields, right? Employee ID and all that. So now I need to select one more source, right? So I'll disconnect this as of now. So this I'll rename it as underscore data is a flat file. And the second source department, which is a table. Okay. So I'll select it where I have created the table. Okay, in target I have, right? I'll create here. Okay. Create table. Hmm, department as select star from dot t underscore department where now I need to put the records. What is the table name? T underscore EPT. So table I have created. So if I select, so this is the another table I have. So I'll select here, go to source, select the connection, It is a Oracle table. Okay. The table name is uh, department, right? Department. What are the fields we have? Department ID and location. Let's check here. Let me open the file here. It's what we have: employee ID, first name, last name, job ID, salary, manager ID, and department ID. So we have here department ID, and in Oracle as well. Here in the table as well, we have the department ID. So we have same columns. Okay. So wherever the department ID is, then we need to get the location. So Bangalore here. So let's join these two tables and try to load it into the target table. Okay, here we need to create table T underscore employee department. So what and all we need to load? First name, last name, job ID, salary. So what I'll do, since we have discussed expression transformation as well, right? So what I'll do, I'll just put it as a full name. So I will merge first name and last name in expression transformation, and then I'll load it into the full name. So job ID, salary, manager ID. So department ID we need, right? Then location. So employee ID is a number of file, full name, bracket row of 40, job ID. Here job ID is first name, last name, job ID is worker. So I'll select this only. Worker of 40, salary. We don't have any decimal values, right? So I'll just number of 10. Manager ID is also number of 5. Department ID number of 5, and location circuit of 20. So this is the target table which I need to load the data. So did I miss anything? Employee is 5, right? Okay, that's fine. Manager ID. Yeah. So I'll create this, and so as you can see, we don't have any records. So let's try to load into the target table. I'll close this. So now what we have to do? So before that's okay. Okay. I'll merge the names after joining the table. So what I'll do, I'll just take one joiner transformation here. Okay. Click on this plus symbol, you will get master and detail. So now we need to decide, right, which one we need to take it as a master and which one we need to take it as a detail. So as I said here, as I mentioned here, master should always be less number of records than detail. So master should be less. So department we have less records, right? So I'll select this as a master. Okay, and this as a detail. So if you don't have the records are not in sorted format, then what you have to do, you need to sort it here first. We'll discuss in the next session about the sorter transformation. So what I'll do, I'll just first it is like this. So we have joined here. Now go to this joiner, open this. So you got the incoming fields, right? City name, country, the date of birth, employee, employee name, salary, skill set, and department ID, location. Join condition. So here you can see normal master detail. So I want to get the records, only the matching record. So I'll just keep it as a normal. Then give the condition. So department ID equal to from source. Where is the department ID? Master is department ID. Okay. Department ID master. Source is employee ID, right? So here, why I'm not getting department ID? EPT ID is here. 7 also employee ID, employee name, DOB, date of birth. I think I've selected the wrong source. Employee data. So here I've selected employee details. So it should be employee data, right? So that's why we got the employee data. Yeah, instead of this, I selected this one. Yes, I need to change. Sorry, guys. Let's preview the data. Yeah, now we are getting the correct one. Okay, I'll select this. I'll minimize, and this is as detail master. Go to joiner, join condition. So if you see here, we are getting some conflicts. Okay, in Informatica, uh, we couldn't, we were not able to see these kind of errors. But in IICS, this is one of advantage. If we have the same similar name from both the tables, it will pop up an error like this, so that you can resolve these conflicts here itself. So what I'll do, I'll select the I'll just insert as a prefix from department DEPT underscore. Whatever the department records are coming from department table, so it will be in a department underscore. Then the column name will be there. And from employee as well, I'll keep MP underscore. Okay, now the issue will resolve. Okay, you can see here employee underscore. These all are we just defined here itself, but it will not affect in the main tables or flat fields. Okay, just for the uh, conflicts purpose only, we have renamed all the column names. So now join the condition. So department ID equal to from employee department ID. So if it is matching, then the records will pull. If you go to advanced, we do have so many options here. So it will create a catch, right? If you use the joiner transformation, it will create a catch, and it will be there in the catch directory. And we have null ordering in master, null ordering in detail. So this we will discuss later. Joiner data catch and index catch, it will be in auto. So if you are clicking the sorted input, so that means we are telling to the join-in transformation that we are getting the sorted input from the source. Since here I haven't, it's not in the sorted, so I'm not using any sorted transformation. So for that purpose here, I'm not selecting it as a sorted input. It's not a sorted input. Now, whatever I'm doing now, it's not a sorted. If you getting the sorted input from the sources, then you can enable this option. Okay, the performance will improve. This is mainly, this is for to improve the performance. You should keep it always the sorted input. So now we joined it. Now what I'll do, I'll select expression because we need to join the first name and last name, right? So go to expression. So these are all the field names here, first name, last name. We need to create expression here. So click on this, which is a output field, right? O underscore. I need to merge O underscore full name. So I'll make it as 40. Okay. Configure. So what I'll do here, employee first name, concatenate, and then add space, then concatenate with last name. So validate. So this is valid now. Click on OK. And so go to, we'll map it to the target. So if you want to review the records here itself, whether the expected output you are getting or not till here. So that also you can check here itself. Let me just assign the target here, target table. So the target table is t underscore employee. So what is the target table? Employee underscore department. Yeah, this is the one. So this is a insert operation. I'll just trunk it before loading. And these are the target fields we have. Now let's do the field mapping. So these are all the fields we are getting from the expression and we need to map it. So first let me do the smart map. So it will automatically map employee ID, job ID, salary, manager ID, department ID, location, and then full name. So for full name, we have first name, last name, and then full name, right? So with the expression, this is the output field from expression that we need to map. So let me arrange all, save it. Okay, let me create a mapping task for this. Mapping task empty underscore joiner transformation. So location is dev and runtime environment and the mapping. So whenever the mapping is valid, then only you will be able to see the mapping here. Otherwise, you cannot see the mapping. So this is the one, right? We have created. So this is the one mapping we have created. Go to next. It is showing me invalid still. Let me save it. So it is valid now. Okay. So in target, we don't have any records here. So we need to load it. Let me run the mapping now. View. So before running, you can check from till here. If you click on this preview, you will come to know whether the expected output is coming or not. Okay. Since I have already run the job, now let's see. See, it is okay because I have opened the source file, right? Let me close it. That should be the error. Let's see. What is the joiner? Joiner has master field with a data type decimal, but the detail fields has n string data joiner has master field even. Okay, so here the data type mismatch is happening. We'll check here. So flat file we need to convert, right? You see here field all will be in n string. We need to first convert this. So n string into native connections we need to convert. So employee is, so what I'll do for that, So I'll take expression here. Just what I'll do, I'll just uh, convert the data type. That's it. Okay. Instead of that, incoming fields, right? Here itself we can convert. Let me check fields. So some source, employee data, CSV, fields, and string, right? So we need to edit this. By default, Informatica it will take it as a string type. Okay. Since it is a flat file, it will by default it will take it as a string type. So we need to edit this. Okay. So go to options here. You have edit metadata, right? Native name. So the wherever you see the native, that we need to change. So employee ID is a number, right? So number, the precision is let's say 10. We'll give 10. Scale is 0, and first name is, this is string. Okay, just we can leave it as like job ID is also string, and salary is number. Since there are no any decimals, so I'm taking it as a number only. Manager ID, this is also number. Then okay, department ID is also number. So 10. So this is how we need to change the data type. Okay. So otherwise the job will fail, as we saw, right, the previous. So now we have changed number. Yeah. Okay. Let's save it. So now I'll delete this one. Okay. Expression is not required. So this is as a detail. Here and save it. It should be valid. Okay. Now it is valid. So now for testing purpose, let us debug here itself whether we are getting the required output or not. Go to preview and save changes. Before running preview, you should save it. So then click on the run preview. So it will run. So if we are getting the proper data, then the mapping we created till expression, it is a valid one. So the same data will be loaded into the target table. So if we are getting any the output is not as expected, then you need to do the modifications here itself. So this is how you can debug the mapping. So here first name, last name, okay, and Ramesh, King, Nina, okay, and see we are getting double spaces, right? So why? Because there might be chances like there are some spaces after the first name, or there are some spaces before the last name. So that's the reason we are getting like this. So this is how you can debug, okay? So instead of loading into the target and again you are doing some changes to your mapping, so that is it's not a proper way to design the mapping. So this is how you need to debug, and before loading into the target, you need to make sure that the proper data is loading into the target. So that is a good designing skills. Okay. So I can see here there are two spaces are there here. For 101 and 103. What I'll do, I'll just put L string. Okay. I'll trim the date in the expression, right? We are in expression. Okay. Go to expression. Here what I'll do, L L trim of or trim of employee. Okay, in the same way, L trim of or trim of last one. So in this way, I will eliminate the spaces. If there are any spaces in between, then I can eliminate it. If you want, let us preview the data here itself again. So let's see the 102 and the 103. So I'll just rerun it. So the spaces should be this 101 and 103. There should be only one single space. Let's wait. You will get a notification once the previous see like this. The data previous has finished successfully. Now it will show us the data. So now you can see 101. We have eliminated the extra spaces, right? And 103 as. So now we have the exact proper data. Now we can load it into the target table. Okay. So I have created this, right? What I'll do, I'll just select the mapping again. Join a trans. So next, it is a valid. I'll just run it. So go to my jobs. So before it failed, right, due to data type mismatch. Okay, now it should run. So if you see 63 records has been loaded. Now let us check in this table. So now we have successfully loaded the records. Employee ID, full name. Do you see any extra spaces here? No, right? So this is how you have to load the data into the final target tables. So wherever you see 90, we got Pune, 60 is Kolkata, 100 is Delhi, 50 Chennai, 50 Chennai, 10 Bangalore, 20 Hyderabad, 40 Mumbai. So this is how. Okay, what the thing is here, wherever the matching department ID is matching, then only we are pulling. Let's see, go here in the joiner transformation. Here we have taken normal, right? Let's take master. Master in the sense, what we need to get? If you see here, master, right? All records from detail and only matching records from master. So we might expect some null records as well. Wherever the department IDs, for some department IDs, there is no location name. So in that case, we should get a null values wherever the location is not available for some of the department IDs. Okay. Now let's see. I'll save it. So go to this again, run the mapping. Go to my jobs. Now this time we should get more records. See, we got more records because it will pull all the records from the uh, detail, right? It will pull all records from detail and only matching records from master. Let's see. So I'll just pin this one. Now, so if you see here, so we are getting some null values for which for okay, right, fine. If you see any department IDs and null values, then we will get null records. So 90 here is there. If you see, 10, 20, 30 is not there. Do we have 30 in this department ID? No. Okay. Okay. So we'll get all the records right from the detail. If you change again here in the joiner transformation, detail auto, we'll get some other. Maybe let's see with the full auto join how many records we should get. Let me check. Run the mapping again. To my job. This time we'll get more records again. So one more record, we got extra one more record. So this is how you have to design the mapping. Okay. I hope you guys understood all the joiner transformation, how we can perform. So the sorter we will discuss in the next session. Okay. So yeah, that's it guys. This is all about joiner transformation. If you like my video, please do like and comment and please share it with your friends. Okay. If you have any doubts, please let me know in the comment section so that I will explain in the next sessions. Thank you guys. Bye. Have a great day. Hello guys, welcome back to IICS Infotech channel. Today we're gonna discuss about sorter transformation day 8. Why we use sorter transformation and what is the importance of this transformation in our daily project. Okay. So we use this sorted transformation to sort the records before loading into the target. Let's say we are getting some thousands of records, but it is not in a sorted format. We have a like let's say uh, we have some key columns like employee ID, department ID, transaction ID, okay, and the company IDs. So based on that, we will load. Okay, in the reporting purposes, this should be in a proper format, right? It should be in a ordered format, and it should be in a sorted format. So for the purpose, we will be sorting the records based on the key columns. So we can use sorter in joiner transformation as well to improve the performance of the job. So in the previous session, we discussed in joiner transformation, right? So there we have we loaded employees data and department. So we combined both and we loaded into the target. But it is not in a sorted format, right? So to use to load the records in sorted format, we can select the option in joiner transformation that sorted input. So if we enable that sorted input in the joiner transformation, so then we are saying that for the joiner transformation that we are getting the sorted input from the source, whatever whether we have whether let's say there are n number of sources. So we will be telling to the joiner that we are getting the sorted input from the multiple sources. Okay. So if you enable that in the joiner transformation, we need to use the sorted transformation before the join. So in that way, we can improve the performance. So here, the sorted transformation will play a major role in terms of performance of the job. Okay. So if suppose let's say you have a duplicate records, you have a full row duplicates in the flat file. Okay, and in that case also we can use auto transformation and we can eliminate the duplicate records from the flat file. Okay, so this is one interview question they will ask you like let's say I have a flat file and there are folder duplicates, or let's say only uh, if we have like 10 columns, in that 2 columns I am getting the duplicate records. So how can you remove the duplicate records and load it into the distinct records into the target table? So how can you design the mapping? So in that case, we can say that we'll take source, and source it is a flat file, right? Then we will take sorter transformation. We will sort the data and we can select distinct option in the sorter transformation. So in that way, we can eliminate the duplicates. So that is one scenario. Or if you can use Linux commands to remove the duplicates and load only the unique records into the table. These are the two scenarios where you can eliminate the duplicate records. Here sorter transformation, it is an active transformation. Why? Because when you click on the sorted option, so what it will do, there will be change in the order of rows, right? So if there is any change in the order of rows, then we call it as active. If there is no changes in the order of columns, then we call it as a passive transformation. So all the transformation which we discussed till day 7, we call it as a passive transformations. I'll tell you what are all the active transformations in the coming videos. Okay, let's get into the practical session now. Go to mappings, create on mapping. So I'll name it as a sorter transformation. So select the source. I'll select source as the Oracle. Let's go with the Oracle now. Let's say take any one transaction details. Let's see whether we have the data in sorted or not. We have a trans ID, it is in sorted, right? Yeah, we have in sorted format. So what I'll do, I'll select any one. So where is the source files, Informatica files, source files? Okay. Let me check if we have any trans data. So can we sort this? Yes, I think we can sort this. How we can sort means, Mhm. So we can sort out based on the amount, okay? But here in trans details, do we have any? Yeah, here also we can sort it, right? We can sort based on the total cost, total revenue, unit price, unit cost, unit price, unit sold, total profit. We can sort on any one column. Okay, let's do here itself. So these are the fields are getting, and there is one way. If you are getting, if you have any duplicate record from table, if you want to eliminate it, then what you can do, we can do this here, query options. Select distinct rows only. Here also we can select distinct rows, and here also we can configure this sort. Okay, it's not a parameterized one. By default, in the free version, we have only ascending order. Okay, so I'll sort based on the object is trans details. So these are the columns. I can select anyone. I will select total profit. Okay, it is in action. This is the action. It should be performed. So by default, we have ascending order. So I'll select this. So from source, in source transformation itself, I can sort the data since it is a target, since it is a table. Okay. If it is a flat file, I'll show you directly. If it is a flat file, how we will get the options here. Okay. So these are the fields, and we don't need expression here. I don't want to take sorter also because here in the source transformation itself, I have sorted the input. So let me create the target as the Oracle. Let me check whether we have it or not. What is that? This is no. So which one I have selected here? Source. Let me cancel this. Table trans details, right? So this is the one in target. Yeah, what I'll do, I'll select this one only. Target, set to target here. It is a table, right? I'll select the table name. T underscore trans details. Yeah. So operation is insert. I'll just truncate these are the target and field mapping, do the smart map. So serial number, we are not taking serial number, right? Because I'm not creating any sequences. So what I'll do, I'll just keep it as blank. Save it. So the mapping is valid now. Okay. What I have done, I have sorted based on the total profit. Correct. You see here, have sorted based on ascending order on total profit, which is a distinct rows only. I need to get. So I'll run the mapping directly. So total profit is in ascending order. Go to my jobs. So we got 100. 100 rows has been processed. This is the target, right? Yeah. See, if you see now the trans ID is been in jumbled, right? Yeah. Because we have selected the sort option in the trans profit on ascending order. So this is how you can sort. Now let's take a source as a flat file and see. Go to source and I'll change this to flat file. Yes, I want to change flat file is a here also we have a trans data, right? Yeah, trans data. Now let's see what are all the options we'll get. So before in query options, I have done that sorting and listing, right? So let me check. See, if it is a flat file, we won't get any options, either in query options or advanced we'll get it because there'll be tracing levels, separators, and decimators, all things will be there, right? So in query options, we don't get. So how we can, if you want to filter also, here we cannot filter, right? Filter is not there, sorter is not there, distinct option is not there. Three options are disabled. Now how we can eliminate the duplicate records? So in this case, what we have to do, we have to select the sorter transformation. So, so sorter transformation, okay. If you go and check here, incoming fields, these are the incoming fields, right? And we have a sort option, parameterized or not parameterized. Click on this plus symbol. Now you will get the ascending descending, okay. So on which column I need to do the sorting? Let's say we can take amount, okay. I need to get in descending order. To go to advanced, so these are case sensitive. See here we have the distinct option. If you want to remove the duplicates, this is how you can remove the duplicate records. See here null treated low. If there are any null values, if you click on this, it will treat as a low priority. First, it will check on the wherever the records are present, that it will take it as a first priority. Then it will go with the null. So I'm not selecting this. So amount on descending order and distinct. Okay. So this is how I can do, and go to the target. So target. So what I'll do, I'll just take flat file. Now let it be like this only. So I'll create a runtime. P F F sans details. Okay. So that's from flat file we are getting the data. Since it's not there, so we cannot get any options here. So truncate load also it will not work because it will create in real time. So we cannot do the field mappings here. Now save it. So it is valid now. Let me run the job. So this is very simple transformation, but we will use this transformation in real time. Okay. So it's running. So it got loaded 46. Let me check. Yeah, fifth, right? So on the amount we done descending order. So how many records we have here? 46, right? Let us check in the source how many records we have here. If there are any duplicates, then it might be removed. So we have 46. So there are no any duplicates records. And what else we have? So as I said, in joiner transformation also you can use the sorted, right? Let me check the joiner transformation. So here it is a flat file. You cannot get the options here. Okay, so you won't get any options. So you have to use the sorter transformation. So sorter transformation, click on this. So here in sort, click on plus. What I'll do, I'll sort on department ID ascending order. Okay, go to advanced. I'll select the distinct. We want load only the distinct records. Go to general. So then, and department, we don't have uh, any duplicates. We have a department, right? Yeah, T department. It is in sorted form only. So no need to take sorter. If you want, you can take it because we are going to select the sorter option, right, in joiner transformation. So we might need it. Let's ascending order on department ID. So go to advanced distinct. Okay. So here also we have done ascending order, right? Yeah. So now go to joiner transformation here in advanced sorted. Click on this sorted input. Okay. Now let me arrange it. Save it. So it should load in a sorted format. Okay. Before what it was there, let us check employee department, right? So it is in sorted format, employee ID is sorted format, but not department ID. Now what we are doing, we are sorting in department ID. Okay. So till here we are sorting based on department ID. If we want to sort here also, we want to load only uh, based on the department ID, we can do the sorting here also. So click on this, go to sort and department ID ascending. Okay, save it. It is showing invalid. You just click here validation button, then it will show. Joiner transformation field conflict detected. We have three errors here. Department ID in joiner condition is not included. In the join condition is not included. Okay, might be condition is okay. The joining condition has gone, I think. Okay, we need to do now. Okay, from sorter we are getting right. So we have to do. So what is this one? Sorter. So which one we are using? Employee data is detailed, right? So what we can do? Detailed. So this is employee one. So what we can do? Sort EMP. So employees detail. Okay. Now sort one. Let's say sort department. Okay. So employee department ID. Put underscore. Okay. Okay. Now we have mm, joining condition. Now it got so from sort department ID equal to from sort employee department ID. Okay. I'll just take normal join. Now let's save it. Still we are getting. Let's check here. In the expression it is showing is not valid. Yeah, because we change the column names, right? We have given the prefixes. So here L of this we need to change here. Sorted first name and This we need to give sort employee last name. Now validate. Okay. So if you change at one place, we need to change all. Okay. Till sorter, we are getting any conflicts are there? No. Full name we are getting. Okay, we are doing this ascending and target also. There are no conflicts here. And field mapping. Let me clear mapping and do the smart map. And for full name, this is the one. Okay. Let me arrange and save it. Now it should be valid. Still it is showing. Let me check. In sorter 2, department ID is in sort condition is not included in the transformation. Sorter 2. Okay, here it should be changed, right? Name has been changed. So on which we are doing, let me do on the this one only. Employee data department ID. Save it. Yeah. See, this is how you need to rectify your mapping. Now the mapping is showing as a valid. Okay. Now go let me create a mapping task for this separate mapping task. MP underscore sort not sorter joiner with sort transformation. Okay. Select runtime environment and select mapping. Joiner transformation. Okay. Select. So this is the one that we have used all the Saturn information. Next, save it. So it is a valid one. Let me run the job. So we have done on the table sorting, right? This is where we have sorted. So it should be 10, 20, 30. In that way, we should get the data. It is showing other than the joiner input is not sorted. The row key value is sort department ID. We sorted, right? So we have sorted the data. Department ID ascending. So here also department ID ascending. So the joiner input is not sorted. The row key value is sort department ID. We are getting 29. So it is saying input is not sorted. What I have done is I just changed here the names. I have changed it again. So employee department ID and master is department. So department is master, employees detail. So what I'll do, I'll just rerun it. He start. So again, we are getting the same error, I think. Yeah, input is not sorted. It is telling. What would be the error here? We sorted here only. If I'll do, I'll remove this one because it is in it is already in sorted format. So I'll just give only employee this one. This is flat file, right? So flat file, advanced distinct, and we are passing all the distincts only. So joiner transformation, incoming fields. So we don't have any conflicts. Department ID equal to employee department ID, normal joining, advanced, sorted. If we change at one place, again we need to change all the names here. Employee first name, employee last name, this is fine. In the field mapping, so these are all not available. So here department ID is department ID, location is location. So it is valid now. We run. Yeah, now we loaded the records. Employee detail, right? So if you see here, we sorted the data in ascending order. 10, 20, 40, 50, 50, 60, 90, 100. In this way, we can use the sorter transformation in the joiner. Okay. So you just do the debugging and you will find the error and you will just do the mapping. That's it. So I hope you guys understood this sorter transformation and how we can use it. Similarly, you can do some exercise like take some data and do the sorting on different columns. And if you get any errors, try to resolve there itself. You can do the validations and debugging here itself, right? If you click on this preview option, you can debug there and itself. So in this way, you have to do the more and more hands-on, and so that you will know what kind of errors you are getting. So in interview also they will ask you what are all the issues you have faced while designing the mapping. Could you explain some errors which you have faced while designing the mapping? So you can explain these scenarios and you can explain these kind of errors in the interview, so that they will came to know that you have a hands-on experience on the ISS tool. So try to do as much as examples and do hands-on, and if you get any errors just make it note down and try to resolve it, and at the end if you the mapping is valid, and just write it down what are all the steps you have followed and how you rectified that errors. Okay, it will help you a lot in the interview. If you on whether you are answering to the employer, whoever asks you, the interviewer, whether you are answering the questions or not. So they will not consider, let's say they asked you five questions and you just answered only one question, but that one answer also, it should be in a like hands-on. So they need to think in a way that, okay, this guy has a hands-on, more hands-on, and he can rectify the errors. Whatever the errors you will face in the designing time, so he is capable of rectifying the errors. So if we give that much of hope to the interviewers, so that they might get more chances to get placed in the job. Okay, so that's all about the sorter transformation. Okay, if you have any doubts, let me know in the comment section. Okay, please do like and subscribe to my channel. So thank you so much, guys. Let's meet in the next session. Have a great day. Bye. Take care. Hello friends, welcome back to Education Tech channel. Today we're gonna discuss about aggregated transformation day 9 session. Okay, so I hope you have liked all my previous videos which I'm doing right now, like the zero to hero sessions on IICS. Okay, so the aggregated transformation, it is used to perform aggregations on data. Okay, we will do these kind of aggregations in SQL as well, right? If you want to find some the sum of sales or sum of employee salary. So in SQL also we will do analytical functions. Okay, analytical functions and these aggregate functions, right? So here in IICS as well, we can perform all these kind of operations in IICS. Okay, this transformation allows you to summarize data by grouping it based on one or more columns and then applying aggregate functions. So we have these kind of aggregate functions here: sum, average, count, min, and max. Okay. When it comes to the features of this aggregated transformation in ISS, we do have a group by option. I think everyone know about this group by. Okay, what it will do if you enable this group by, it will just group the data. Okay, based on your criteria. What criteria you are selecting. So based on that, it will group the data. So basically, you can say like it will grouping on one or more column. Okay, if you have department IDs, let's say 5 to 6 department IDs you have, and in each department ID you have some couple of records. Okay, if you want to get the group by data on department ID, so it will group the data based on one or more columns, right? So this means that the transformation will aggregate data for each unique combination of the specified column. So we have some kind of data and you have selected group by on department ID. So it will group the data on department ID. Okay, suppose for each department you have 5 columns, 5 records. So you are selecting sum of employee salary on department wide. Then in each department, if you have 5 employees, it will group. Let's say in each employee has 5,000 salary. Okay. So 5,000 each one and into 5. 5 is a 25,000, right? So these 5 employees belong to one department. Let's say IT department. It's a testing department. So in testing, we are here grouping based on the department, right? Based on testing. If you group by testing, so it will, and you are grouping the sum of salary, one aggregate column. So sum of salaries you are grouping by department. So it will take for testing we have 5 members. Let's say 5 members. So for 5 members, what is the total? The sum of the salary it is 25, right? So for testing, it will show the sum of salary is 25,000. So in that way, we can utilize this aggregated transformation. Not only to sum, we have functions like these are the main functions which we use regularly in our project. Okay, sum, average, count, min, or max. Okay, and here we have multiple outputs. You can create multiple output groups from a single aggregated transformation. Okay, let's say different types of aggregated data you have, and that is coming from the input. If the same aggregated columns or different types of aggregated data is coming from the same input, then we can create multiple output groups. Okay, and when it comes to the performance wise, wherever we use aggregated transformation, right? So definitely the job performance will be decreased because here the Informatica what it will, if you define group by, it will compare each and every column. So in that sense, this Informatica, the server will run more on that kind of operations, right? Because uh, it need to check each and every record, and it needs to match. If it is matching, then only it will group it, right? So it has to be done the multiple combinations of matching criteria. So in that way, the performance will decrease. The job performance will decrease. And it is also designed to handle the large volumes of data, okay, efficiently using sorted data inputs to enhance performance. If you want to enhance that aggregated transformation itself, the performance of the transformation, you have to use the sorted data. So in that way, we can increase the performance of that aggregated transformation. Let's say you are not providing any sorted input to the aggregated transformation. Then in that case, the Informatica will uh, cross-check each and every record, and if based on the criteria, so it has to match. So instead of doing that, if we provide the sorted input to the aggregated transformation, so all the sorted input will be there, right? Let's say we have a department 10. So the first is department 10. Just assume we have department 10, 20, 30. So in sorted, how it will come? Department 10, all records will come, then department 20 records, then department 30 records, right? Let's assume if you are not giving the sorted input, let's like 10, 20, 30, 10, 20, 30, 10, 20, 30. In that way, we have passing the inputs to the aggregated transformation. So the aggregated transformation, what it will compare the first value with the second value. So here we have aggregated 10, 20. First will compare with 10, 20. So it will not match. Then again, it will compare with the third one. Third record is 30. So it will not match. Again, it will compare with the 4. So 10 equal to 10. The department ID is matching. Then it will group it. So in that way, if we have, let's say, if we have some huge number of records, so in that case, the performance will definitely will decrease, right? So instead of that, if you pass the sorted input to the aggregated transformation, let's say we have some uh, one department, some particular ID department records have 1,000 records. Department 10 has 1,000 records, and Department 10 has 1,000 records. So in that way, if we have the uh, large volume of data, so in that case, if we pass the sorted input, so it will easy for aggregator to compare the values. Okay, so it will easily compare it and it will group it. So in that way, this is also one of interview question. So the interviewer will say how you can improve the performance of job. Let's say if you have some router transformation, joiners, and you have some couple of transformation in that mapping, how can you improve the performance of that job? So then you have to say, first of all, we have to give the sorted input to the transformations. If you are using aggregated transformation, then we have to give first the sorted transformation. Even in case of joiner also, we can provide the sorted input. In router also, we can pass the sorted input. So wherever it is possible, then we can use this sorted transformation, and in that way we can improve the performance of any job. Okay, and we have port configurations. In this aggregator we'll have input and output ports. Okay, in which we do have the aggregated columns will be there, so we can specify on which column we want to do the aggregates. Okay, so let's see some best practices how we can utilize this aggregated transformation. So sorting input data. So as we discussed, we have to provide the, if possible, we have to give the sorted input. Okay, by grouping columns before it enters the aggregated transformation to improve performance. And then limiting data. Filter data before aggregation to reduce the amount of data processed and improve efficiency. So let's say, as I said before, for each department, if we have 1,000 or 1,000 of records. So in some cases, you don't want to you don't want to pass all 1,000 records to each department. Okay, so in that way, there also we can filter the data before passing to the aggregator. So some particulars, let's say in the department ID, if we have the hiring date and exit dates, if we have hiring dates like 2022, 23, 24, so you don't have to pass all the records. If you want to get only on the year of 2024, so we can filter only 2024 records, and we can pass it to the sorter transformation, and then we can pass it to the aggregator transformation. In that way also we can limit the data. You don't have to pass all the input records to the aggregator transformation. And use of aggregator in mapping. Ensure proper mapping of input to output ports to avoid errors in the aggregation logic. Okay, now let's see how we can do in the real time. Okay, so log into your IICS, create a mapping. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll just rename it aggregated transformation. Here I have mentioned some use cases, right? Scenarios. Let's just find sum of total cost. This is the source which I'm having the transactional data here. I want to find the sum of total cost. So we do have here total cost, right? I need to sum up. So we have this total cost, right? Okay. And let's check this scenario now. Sum of total cost. So if you check in SQL also, we need to get the same result, right? Select trans ID, and I will just select some few columns. Okay. Trans ID, item type, and total cost. Total cost, right? Yeah. Total cost. What I'll do, let me keep it like this, and I'll just take sum of total cost as sum total cost. Okay. From trans ID. So if you run this, okay, it is asking group by, right? Yeah. Group by, which one you will take? Let me check this. So what we'll do, we'll just group one sales channel, okay? group by sales channel, and also we need to select this. So if you see here, this is the sum total which we have calculated, and these many records we got. Okay. So we are taking sum on total cost. So this is the total cost. So if you see here, we are getting almost all the columns. Sales channel we haven't selected here. Yeah. So if you see here, we have online and offline, right? Sales channel. I don't want all this. So what I do, I just group by on sales. Now, if you see here, so what I'm doing here, I'm just grouping on the sales channel. On sales channel, I'm just calculating the total cost. So on the sales channel online, what is the sum of the total cost? This is the value. And on offline, this is the value. Let's try to implement this in ISCS, how we can achieve it. So here the source is a table, source table, and I'm selecting trans details. So this is the table. So let me take now the aggregated transformation. So these are the incoming fields, okay? These are the fields coming from the source, and let's go with aggregate first. Click on this aggregate. We need to perform the sum, right? So this is the output, sum total cost, okay? So this will be the decimal value, then fine. So now configure this. If you go see here, we have options here: field, system variables, parameters, built-in functions, and user-defined functions. So in built-in functions, if you see, we have the aggregator folder here. Under this, if you check, these are all the functions we have. But in real time, maximum will do average, count, and max, min, sum. These are the one functions which we will use. So what I have to do here now, I want to calculate the sum, right? I have selected the function, and what I need to pass the field here. Sum with total cost. Okay, validate. So now the expression is valid. Group by. If you want to group get the group by, then you can go and click on here group by column. So I'll just show you it. What if I don't select any group by? Okay, and how this IACS will uh, do the aggregations and what is the final output it will give. So let's check that. If you go to advanced here, we do have here the sorted input, right? If you enable this, which means we are passing the sorted input to the aggregated transformation, right? So as of now here, I'm not passing any sorted transformation here. So I'm not passing the sorted data. So I'm not enabling this option. And here, if you see the cache will be generated, the data value, data cache will be stored and intake. If you select group by functions, right? So the index cache will be created and the transaction scope is all input. And let me take the target. It is also a table. Okay, we have the tables, right? T underscore transaction. So I'll just load into that table only. T trans details. So this is all insert operation and I'm enabling the truncate table. and the field mapping. So smart map. But we have here, right? We don't have serial number, so I'm not selecting this. So if you want to get serial number, we can pass the sequence generator. So with that, we can create the sequence numbers, which we have already discussed in the previous videos, right? In expression transformation, we have discussed about this. So what I'll do, this is the value we need to get, right? This total sum value I need to pass. But unfortunately, we don't have the column in the target table. So what we can do, I'll just pass this sum value to the serial number. Okay. Now let me save it. Okay. I'll just run the mapping. Let's see how I haven't selected the group by. Please make a note of it. So let's see how we'll get how the output we will get. Let's check. But the expected output is this is one. Okay. I have selected any group by. Okay. But this is our required end output. So we got one warnings and one row has been processed. Let's check. Error. Okay, numeric value out of range. Okay, we passed the sum output column to the serial number, right? So that value we don't have. So that's why it went out of range. What I'll do, I'll just go here in the target, right? So the T underscore translator. So here what I'll do, I'll drop this column and I'll create one. Drop column. So I'm dropping this column serial number. Okay, and I'm just adding some total cost. Now let's check. So now we have this some total cost column. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll just rerun the job now. Let's see now. So before you are running the mapping, please try to create a mapping class for that particular mapping, then run. Again, we got some issue here. Numeric value out of range. Why? Here, what we are getting the value 8.2, but I have given 10, right? Let me check in the mapping again. Okay, so here what we need to do, we need to refresh, right? All fields, I'll just synchronize first. So now we got some TT. Now go to field mapping. We got some TT, right? So I'll just map this. So save now. So now let's run the mapping. So we haven't selected group by option here. Let's see what we will get. So if you see now, we got only one record out of 100. From source, it read 100 records, but in target, it loaded only one record. Do you know any why it had loaded only one record? We haven't filtered any records here, right? Did we use any filters in this mapping? No. So the answer here is if you go to this aggregator, here group by we haven't selected. So what it will do, by default, it will push the aggregated value to the last column. Okay. Now let's check in the target. Let's see what we got. So if you see the transaction ID 100 we got. So if you see here, how many records we have in source 100. So the 100 the record household, right? We got the household record, and if you see the sum total cost is this is the value. But what we expected, this is not the required one, right? We got wrong answer. So this is the one we are expecting. So if you don't select any group by in the here in the mapping, so by default we will get only the one value. This is also one of most interview question. If we don't select group by column in aggregated transformation, how many records will get as a output? So this is the question. What you need to say, if we don't select any group by in aggregator, so then by default we'll get only the last record, only not only one record. We will get the last record, and the aggregated value will be pushed to the last record. So this is how you need to explain. So now let's create a group by. So what I'll do, I'll group by sales channel. So this is the only one that we have selected. So here also we have taken the sales channel. We have grouped by the sales channel. So sales channel, I need to get the sum total cost. Okay. So now save it. So let me run the mapping again. Now let's observe the output. So before it read 100 records and it loaded only one record. Now it will read 100 records, and let's see how many records it will load. So it had loaded 2 records. So out of 100, it had loaded 2. So now let's check in the target table. See, the 100 is on 96. We got both offline and online. So it grouped the records based on the sales channel, and it pushed the total sum of total cost as this. So sum of uh, total cost in offline sales channel, this is the value. Sum of total cost in online sales channel, this is the value. So now we got the expected output, right? So observe here 39000649, 3900648987. Okay, the same values we got it. And let's see the second one. Sales channel wise total sum. Now we just observed it, right? If you don't select group by, we'll get the total cost, and if you select group by, we'll get the total cost. And let's see, find total units sold on order priority. So we need to get the total units sold based on the order priority. If you see here, so order priority we have these values. Okay, high, low, common, medium. So we have these kind of priorities. So here the question is based on order priority, on which order priority, let's say high. Okay, so let's check on this high order priority. What is the total units sold? How many units has been sold? So if you modify this query only, here what we need to do, order priority, comma sum of units sold, right? Units sold as some units sold, some transitor group by I'll select order priority where order priority is equal to H. Okay. Okay. Group by order priority. Select order priority of some units or some units sold. Let me run only those. So yeah, if you want to filter it again, we can filter it. So if you see here, so what we'll do, I'll just keep it as select star from this where order priority is equal to H. So this is how we'll get. If you just run only this inside query, inner query, so if you run this inner query, these are the order priorities we have. HMCL. Okay, based on high priority. And one more thing also we can do if you want to order order by some units sold descending. So this will give a proper data. So on high we got the maximum units sold. On low also we have this is in seconds time. And the common is and the medium. At last, the least sold units are solding on the medium priority. Okay, and here is this is the one right which we want. So this is the output verified. Now let's create a mapping on this as well. Now what I'll do, so again I need to modify. I'll just drop this sum total. Okay, and I'll add total units sold. Okay, so now we have this right. Total units sold value we have. Let's create them. So we have the same mapping. I'll just modify this only. And what we will do, we are not forcing the sorted data, right? Now what we will do, uh, I'll just keep here the sorted transformation. Okay. So since we have less records, you might not observe the how much time it had taken to run the particular mapping. So if you have like some records in lag, then you can identify how this sorter transformation is improving the performance of the aggregator transformation. So go to sorter. These are the incoming fields. I am sorting based on transaction ID, item type, sales channel, order priority. Which one will take? So what I'll do, I'll just take trans ID only. Anyway, it is in a sorted format only. So we all have the distinct. There is no duplicates are available. So we have all distinct values only. So go to this aggregator, and if you go to this advanced, here you have the option. So enable this. So group by now we need to modify it. Sum total units sold decimal 10. So for this sum of what I need to give, units sold. Validate. Okay, this is fine. And to the target, so truncate target is we need to synchronize, right? So we got total units sold column. Now go to field mapping. What I'll do, I'll just smart map. So what total units sold equal to total units sold. I map it. So what we'll do, we'll just save now. The mapping should be valid. Okay, so it is valid now. Let me run the mapping now. So you know, right? This is the output we are expecting. So this is the output we are, but filter I haven't used it. I will explain it later. Till here, what I'm till here I have designed the mapping. So this is the value we need to get. Order priority, right? I think we haven't selected this. Group by we haven't selected, right? It is failed. Is to be ascending. It is in ascending order. So, mm, so it is in ascending only. I'm sorry. Aggregate errors. Expecting keys to be ascending. Okay. So the key value should be there because mm, here I haven't given any primary keys, right? It should be primary key should be there. So what I'll do, I'll just remove the sorter transformation. Anyway, I'm passing in a sorted format only. Okay, go to here, group by, we need to select that. Group by, order priority. This is the aggregate column. Okay, save it. The mapping. So let's see what is the output we got. Again, it got failed. Oh, sorry. In aggregated transformation, we have selected this sorted, right? So let me uncheck. Let me restart the session. Sorry, mapping. This is not Informatica Power Center, right? So now we got 4 records. Let's check in the target table how we got the output. So if you see, we got CHLM, right? Okay, and if you want to get it in order, then we can use the sorting. Okay. So now what we are trying to achieve, we need to get only order priority H. Okay. So what I'll do, uh, go here, click here. So, and one more thing, what I'm trying to do here is I'm creating filter here after the aggregator transformation. But this is not the correct designing. Okay. What we discussed here to improve the performance of this mapping. So what we need to do, It is designed to handle large volume of data effectively with short input to enhance. Okay, you can handle input output specifying which column need to be executed format type. And one more we seen that, right? The filter specified columns. Yeah, here in best practices. If possible, sort the input data. This we are discussed, and limiting data. So this is one of the best practice to use the proper aggregator in our mapping designing. Okay? Filter data before aggregator transformation to reduce the amount of data processed and improve efficiency. So now we are gonna use this kind of best practice. Now what I'll do, I'll delete. Usually people will just create the map filter transformation after the aggregator transformation. So, but that is not the best practice. What I'll do, I'll filter out the data, then I'll pass it to the aggregator. Then the load will be less on this aggregator transformation. Okay. So it will improve your performance and also the efficiency of your mapping. So filter here, filter on order priority equal to test. Okay. So let's save it. So the mapping is valid now. Let me run the mapping. So we should get only one record, right? So in filter, it will filter out the say order priority. Based on that, it will filter and then we will pass the rest of the records to the aggregator transformation. Here, what we are doing here, we are grouping it by order priority. Anyway, we don't have to select group by here because we are only passing the order priority H records only, right? So, and then we are calculating here, we are doing the aggregation. So, let's check here in the target. So, we got only H records. So, this is the unit sold. This is the total unit sold. So, in this way, you can do the multiple operations. Okay, please try to work on these scenarios, 6 scenarios, and I'll just give you this data. Okay, transaction details data, I'll give it and you can work on the examples. I hope you guys understood this aggregated transformation. If you have any doubts, please let me know in the comment section. Please do like, share, and subscribe to my channel. So we'll catch up in the next session. Thank you guys. Have a great day. Hello friends, welcome back to Education Infotech channel. Today we're gonna discuss about rotor transformation day 10. So rotor transformation, it will play a major role in our daily implementation mapping. Okay, because we have to route the data in different target tables. Okay, this is one of important transformation in Informatica, whether it is the Informatica Power Center or ISCS. So we will use this router transformation in many use cases. So let's discuss one by one. Okay. First of all, what is multiple output groups and what is conditional based routing and what is default output group and how we can write multiple conditions. Okay, it will support for active or passive groups. So rotor transformation is basically a passive active transformation but based on the scenario, it will act like as a passive also. If you see here, like most transformations supports both active and passive, right? So active force change the number of roads that flow through the transformation. If you see here filter transformation, it is a active. Why? Because let's say if we pass 10 columns to the filter transformation and you are applying some filter condition. So based on that condition, it is giving you only the three outputs. So in there is a change in number of rows. So there is a change in number of rows, then we call it as a active transformation. If there is no any change, then we call it as a passive. So what are the examples for active and passive? If you take expression transformation, it is a active transformation. If you take sorted transformation, so there also sorter, it's like everyone will tell like a passive transformation because there is no change in input and outputs. But in sorter, if you sort based on key column, so there the columns will change, right? So there will be change in the rows. So in that way, we call it as a active transformation. So you will be asking this in your interview. Most of the people will tell like sorted is a passive transformation, but you need to give the differences. As I said, in sorted, if you don't sort like ascending or descending, then it is a passive transformation. But if you select the key column, whether you want to sort and ascending or descending, if you select any one of that, then it will become as a active transformation. So that is the major difference. So please keep it in your mind, okay? And multiple conditions. So we can write here and or, okay? And we do have other conditions like greater than, less than, greater than or equal to, less than or equal to, not equal to. So we can write whatever the conditions we write in filter transformation, right? All those we can write in rotor transformation as well. So based on that, it will route the data to the target tables. Each condition is independent. So we will be writing the conditions in the group file. Okay, if you take if you have like two groups, you have to write in each group based on your requirement. You have to write the conditions. So that is the meaning of this. Each condition is independent, and multiple conditions can exist for each output. And we do have when you create a groups in retro transformation, you'll by default whenever you selected the router transformation, by default you will be having a default output group. Okay, if row doesn't meet any of the conditions in the condition which you have defined in the group, in your specific group. So if that condition is not met, then the whatever the conditions are not met, right? Those data will go to the default group. If you configure, what does this mean? If configure means if you connected the default group to the target table. If you are configured this, then you will get all the records which are not met to the conditions will be passed to that particular table. So when we'll use these kind of scenarios, so let's say you are getting a files from the upstream applications, okay, you are processing, and in your mapping you have designed like a error handling, where if you are getting unexpected characters or unexpected data from the upstream application, so those we call it as a bad records. Okay, so we can configure if we get any records from the upstream application, so those should be go to the default group, and this default group will be connected to the particular table. Let's say we call it as a bad target tables. Okay, so those data will be passed to that target table, bad record table. So in that way we can analyze the job and we can send it to the upstream application saying that these are the bad records we got it. Please try to fix the issue and resend it in the coming days. So in that way, we need to send out an email to the upstream application. So that's the purpose of default output group. So this is also you will get a interview question and condition based routing. So as I said, if we want to route the data based on condition, we can route the data and multiple output groups. So for that, we will be creating the output groups then. Okay, now what we'll do, there are some use cases here. Just go through this document and try to implement this example, okay? Where employees with a salary greater than 10,000, 50,000. Okay. You try to do this. I have given all step by step how to configure router and what are the groups you need to define and what are the conditions you have to specify. I have mentioned all the things here. Just try to do this. We will now we'll practically see one example. Okay. So I have here file regions. So what I'll do, I have here ID, name, salary. Okay. And the country. So what I'll do, I'll just route the data based on the country. You see here, we have 5 countries: Africa, Dubai, India, New Zealand, USA. So I'll be creating 5 target tables. So I'll be segregating based on the countries region, based on the region data. Okay, all records of India should load it into one target, India table target. So in that way, I'll be loading all the 5 region tables. Let's see now. So log into your Informatica Power Center. Log into your Informatica Power Center. Okay. Go to mapping here. Create a mapping. So I'll be naming it as Rota Trans Region. Okay. Regions. Source. So it's a flat file. If we have target tables also, we can, if we have the same data in the table, we can also route the data. So it is a flat file, right? So flat file. Select the file. It is a region. Regions.csv. It is a comma separated, comma delimited file. So we need to select the format also. So by default, we have from second row. I need to load the data. Okay. If you want, we can review the data here. Whether Informatica is able to connect to the source connection. Okay. So we are getting the data. If you go and check here, these are the fields. Partition, we'll discuss this later. Now, what I have to what I'll do here, just for practice purpose, I'll just create expression, and what I'll do here is I'll just trim all the columns. Okay, make, make sure that there are no extra spaces. So this is out ID, which is the integer. Okay, ID, name, salary, country. ID, name. This is a string. Keep that ID, name, salary, country. Salary is a decimal. and the last column is country. Country string, right? Uh, 20 is so I'll configure each columns here. So what I'll do, I'll just trim. I'll trim or trim of ID is valid. Salary and then country. Okay. So here make sure that the data types check the data types properly, and in source, since it is a file, we need to change the data types here. You see, it is taking it all as a string wise. So what I'll do, I'll just edit it. So it is the number. The session is 10. Name it is instant salary. Salary is a this not there. I'll keep it as number. Country. Country is a instant. Okay. And to the expression also we are passing the same. So country string ID decimal number decimal integer string number decimal string. Okay. Now what I'll do is I'll just take a router transformation. If you click on this, so you will get incoming fields, right? These are the incoming fields. Which one we need to take from the expression? Okay, from the expression, the output fields we need to take. So if you go here, so by default there will be one default group will be there. If you want to give any conditions to it, we can give it. Or else create a group, make it like the India. Okay, configure. Here also we'll be having an advanced, simple and all things. Okay. So what I have to do, out country equal to India. Okay. So that's how I'm creating. In same way, so let me check that file. Africa, next I'll create Africa. So Africa should go to the out country string Africa. Next, Dubai. So this is how I have created. And if you want here, other than this, should go to the default. Okay. Condition. Okay. I think by if we configure the target table is default group, then none of if the region is not satisfied on these conditions, then by obviously it will go to the default group. Okay. Now we have this. Now what we need to do? We need to create a 5 targets, right? 5 targets. So if you click on this plus symbol, we'll see all the groups, right? So first I will take it as India, which is T underscore India. Next T underscore Africa. Next Dubai. Next New Zealand. The next is USA. So I have created four target tables. So what I have to do now is I need to configure. So I need to select the target. Since I haven't created any target tables, so let's quickly create that. So we go to underscore India. So these are the tables which I'm gonna create. Okay. So I have created all the target tables here. If you see India, Africa, Dubai, USA, and New Zealand. So what I'll do, I'll just select the tables here. So the first one is India, right? So I'm selecting India here, P underscore India, and these are the target fields. Field mapping you need to select. First, I'll just load all the tables here. This is Africa. Next to Dubai. Next is New Zealand. And the last one is USA. So now I'll just map all the groups to the tables. So India should go to India table, and Africa should go to Africa, Dubai to Dubai, New Zealand to New Zealand, and the last one is USA to USA. If you see here, we do have a default, right? If you want, we can create the default also. Let me quickly create default region. Okay. So here what I'll do, I'll create one more table. So I'll keep it as default, and I'll mark the default to default. Here. So here the target is default, right? It's not USA. Default region. Okay, and I'll quit. So all tables I'll before loading I'll be truncated. So, and what else we have? Yeah, we need to map the target table. Fields now. Field mapping. So always map with the from the expression what are the columns you are getting from expression. So that you need to map it. Okay. Name to name, salary to salary, country to country. So India, ID to ID, name, salary, country, Africa, ID to ID, name to name, salary to salary, country to country. Next, Dubai. If you do smart map, right, it will take the exact matching fields only. So for that only, I'm doing manual mapping. If you want, we can filter the columns here as well. If you here, if you see the incoming fields, right, we can exclude and include the fields also. So in that way, we can do the auto mapping. Here, including all fields, right? What I'll do, I just exclude name fields, configure ID, country, name, and then salary. Okay. So now if you see, we are getting only the expression column. So if you go here, we can map it accordingly. In that way also you can do. New Zealand, what I'll do, I'll just exclude the columns here. Exclude name fields, country ID name, and then salary. Okay. If you go mapping, field mapping, you'll get only the expression. Now do the smart map. So you should have all the options in your mind so that you can design the mapping very quickly. Even if you practice in this way, okay, in the interview, most of the companies they are asking whether you have the experience or not, how they will check, right? So they will be asking you all the properties. In each transformation, what are the properties you have? So that they will check. So if you tell them immediately now, so they will think like that, okay, he has a hands-on experience. So in that way, you need to impress the interviewer. So I think we are done with now. So what I'll do, I'll just arrange all. Now save it. I'll close this because we need to run the mapping, right? One, close it. The mapping was saved successfully. So, and it is valid. So if you want to troubleshoot before running, you can just click on this router. You can preview the data, whether we are getting the expected output or not. Let me debug this, run preview. So the data preview has been finished. So we are getting the expected output. Okay. Here you can see the output group set default. So click on this India. So here we are getting 0 record and Africa. So Africa also we are not getting. Why? What is the issue here? You click on this default, right? All the records are in default only. See, all the country records are in default groups. So go here, go to properties. So click on output group. Here default we don't have any condition, right? So what I'll do, I'll just remove this. Select, arrange all, save it. We are getting the data till here, and here from here if you see, yeah, okay, go to advanced, yeah, edit filter conditions, our country equal to India, validated. Expression is valid only. So we will preview the data again. So in this way, you have to debug the mapping which you have created. I'll just rerun it. Might not refresh. See here what happened. So now we are getting India records. You know what is the reason? I'll explain you. So why I'm doing like this? Because for learning purpose, I'm doing like this. So that you will face the issues while you're practicing. You will be getting the errors in this way. So I am teaching you from the ground level. So if I take one example and without any errors, if I show you the job has been success. So in that way, you will not be able to understand. If you get any errors right while you are practicing, so to whom you will ask, you cannot ask here, right? Because I'm posting the videos in YouTube. So if it is an face online session, then you might ask me in the next session, okay? Whatever you face the issues, you might ask me in the next session. But here it is online, right? So the interaction is not there between me and you. So for that purpose only, I am I am explaining here from the ground level how a fresher or a candidate who wants to learn ISS in how he will think and how he will do the mistake. So in that way, I am explaining here so that if you get this kind of error, then and there itself you will get an answer, right? So it will save your time and you don't have to worry about if you get any errors, how can I resolve it? And you need to search again, you need to Google it, you need to go to the videos, you need to see the lot of videos and the whatever the error you get right, the same error will not be you will not get in YouTube. So for that you need to search a lot. So your time will be wasted at that point of time. So for considering all these things, I am explaining from the ground level how while designing mapping, how the errors will occur, how you are going to design the mapping, what is the output one, what is the expected result. So everything you need to consider while designing the mapping. So the thing here is I'll create here default before I created right default region. This is the table, right? I'll explain you. Just give me 1 minute. I'll just select this one default region. Yes, I want to field mapping. Connect this default to the default one. Output name, salary, country. So here, before we previewed the data here, right, from router. So what we got? So we are getting all the records into the default group. So as I said earlier, if the condition is not met, Okay. If you see here, multiple condition and here default output. If a row doesn't meet any of the conditions in the defined output group, it can be sent to the default output group if configured. So we configured here. So we have the default group, we configured it, and we have the output groups India, okay, India, Africa, Dubai, New Zealand, USA. If in each group we have defined the condition. If that condition is not satisfied, then the record will be put to the default group. Okay, so you see here we are getting all the records in default group. In sense, whatever the condition we have given in the output groups, it's not satisfying. So for that purpose only we are not able to see any data in the output group. If you see Africa, we are not getting data. And Dubai also we are not getting. See, we are not getting. For India, we are getting. Why? Why we are getting only for India? Why? Because click on this, go to router, output group. Here what we have given, India. It is in capital letters, right? All are in capital letters. And here also in condition we have given the capital letters. Okay, if you check the source file, if you check the source file, here the starting letter is capital and all in case sensitive, right? So for that it is not matching. So the condition is not matching. What I have done is I have made India is in a capital letter. Then I rerun the job. Now it is taking. Now it is taking India because we have given here in capital letter. So everything is we need to consider. So we need to thoroughly analyze the source files and what are the conditions we have given in how we have written the condition. So whether the characters is exactly matching with the source file, it is matching or not. So everything we need to consider. We cannot just do like, okay, we have the source file. Okay, we have loaded into the source. Okay, we this is the condition. We cannot write in which way we want. So there should be some rules and guidance will be there. How you write in that way, we will get the output. Okay. So you need to be very cautious on the while designing the mapping. Take time, whether it is a simple mapping also. Let's say if you have source, expression, target, that's it. If you have only three transformations in your mapping, be thorough with that. Okay. Be cross-check multiple times. You cross-check multiple times what is there in the source. What are the fields are there, how the fields are mentioned, how the fields names are coming from the source file. And if you done any logic, if you have written any logics in the next expression, so how you have written it, so how you have mentioned the column names here, whether it is matching with the source transformation fields or not. So you need to cross check all the things. Here I have mentioned all in case sensitive, right? So till here I'm getting the data. Till router I'm getting the data. If you see here incoming fields are also I'm from expression. I have in a case sensitive only. Here output group. So I'll come to the output group. We have here I have mentioned it all in a capital letter. So that's why it's not able to match this criteria and it is pushing all the records to the default group. Now what I have to do, either you make it as a source, as like source, or you just rename it. You cannot rename it in a real-time projects, right? So you need to modify your logic based on the source, based on the business criteria. So what I'll do, so this is a table group name. It's not a problem here. The expression here we have given, right? So this we need to change it. So what I'll do, so I'll make it like this only. So how we are getting from the source, same only I'm writing here. So Africa also. So this is how we need to write. Dubai. Before writing, if you are doing any conditions, just check once, okay? To the source tab. New stand. USA is in capitals only. So USA is in capitals. India, what I'll do, I'll make it as India. So now we have enough proper coordinate, right? So now we modified it and let's save it. Now if we run the mapping, all the records will be loaded in now if you see in default there should be 0 records. Okay, let's check. Hmm, what? Okay, now let's check in job. So all these 300 records were loaded into the default. Okay, so if you are filling the data in the mapping in between the mapping also you will get all these in the my jobs tab only. Okay, don't worry about this. So now we got 470 records. Okay, we go and check here from source 470 and it has been divided in all as 94 94. If you see here a default, so it is 0, which means the condition whatever we have given in the output group, it is 100% satisfying. Okay, so for that purpose only, it has loaded the proper records into the respective target tables, and in default, since the all conditions are matching, so any bad records are not going to the default group. In default, we can see the 0 record. Now let's check here. So in India, we have the all the record. So if you see, we are getting only the India records. Okay, 94 records here. So in India and USA, New Zealand, Africa, Dubai. So India, we check. These are all the USA records. All are USA. And New Zealand, these are all New Zealand records. These are Africa and these are all Dubai. If you check default, it will be 0. Okay, there are no records are loaded. So in that way, in real time, we will be comparing the default records for the bad records or rejected records so that we can check here. So why it has been rejected and we can cross check it to the source file and we can inform to the upstream applications. So I'm hoping it's a clear video on this rotor transformation. Okay, and I have given you some examples here. You can try out these as well. I hope you guys has understood this scenario very well. I'm hoping you will not forget, and if you practice this, you will not forget in coming days. Okay. Okay, guys. This is all about today's session. Thank you so much for watching my videos. Keep supporting me. So I'll be uploading amazing videos. And in future, I'll be coming up with a new idea. Soon I'll be uh, explaining you about that idea. Okay. Please subscribe to my YouTube channel. Keep supporting me. If you have any doubts, please let me know in the comment section. Please do like this video. Thank you. We'll meet in the next session. Have a great day. Bye.